So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS Scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius, 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, Operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. One where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ-3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ-3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ-3 key detected.
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ-3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility. All of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling attention. All AC-3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire, most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandelbricks can yield the AKM assault rifle. Astromancy's game. Not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
Hello, Commander. Rumors state that in your youth you studied at prestigious universities overseas and traveled in pursuit of civilization. However, others have called you brutal, greedy, and said you...
All bullshit.
Commander, you sing with such fervor. Such a voice would win over any woman.
Details, details. Pay more attention. Civilization. Those scholars and philosophers only taught formulas, not survival. These so-called big shots, all refined and polite with their manners and decorum. But the moment they smell profit, they'll show you what real civilization looks like.
Don't you think that the violence you believe in is incompatible with the opera that you love?
Bullshit. Violence is the oldest opera in the sun. He whose blade is sharpest, whose magazine runs deepest, is the one who sings the sweetest. You've got 10 seconds to open this door for me. You shouldn't have trusted me. I don't trust anyone.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèles à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me.
말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic Siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui est essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and the color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we evolve in Delta Force identity. They wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved effect of refractor patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we will prepare something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
For critical state.
Take a brick. I'll take it.
Snowman. Pretty cold.
Telemetry data confirms the Havoc rocket formation has deviated from its flight path and is currently plummeting toward Claudia. All units, clear the area immediately and secure the wreckage.
freeze them!
Time waits for no one. I was once lost in the fires of war, surrounded by ruin and fracture. Only in hindsight did I realize everything reaches its destined end. Every moment that has passed is a relic worth keeping.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Time to Rise show match. This is our first show match of the week with this brand new Rise series. Esports is here for Delta Force. I'm so excited to get into this competition. And of course, this is all featuring ZywOo, the GOAT himself. If you tuned in yesterday, you got a chance to see the GOAT compete in a fun show match with some creators with some crazy rules. But today, ZywOo's competing in what is really esports scrims, with his team joining the mix. It's gonna be a lot of fun. My name is Goj. I've been your host the last couple of shows, and I'm back with another amazing event. And I do have an amazing co-caster as always. Let's bring in the GOAT himself in the booth at the very least. Vivid, welcome into the show, my man. Are you excited for some pro scrims today?
Yeah, super excited. Hopefully some of our Delta Force gang at home was able to tune in yesterday. And the reason why I say this is because today is going to be completely different. Obviously, yesterday, you know, we had some fun stuff kind of happening. But like Goj mentioned, today is going to be all about the competition itself and doing the best you possibly can. Running these pro scrims, it's going to be great to kind of jump into the action here. I think this will actually be at least my personal, like, first on hands-on experience watching the scrims themselves, because usually, you know, we only get like a real good view at the competitions themselves. So it'd be kind of cool to see a little bit of behind the scenes, see the teams kind of work around some of the new rules and everything like that, and see what they're kind of cooking up for the new season.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Again, this is technically a show match, but it's also scrims. It's crazy up in here, folks. And yes, we have brand new rules for the Rise series that are being previewed today, which is really cool. So let's talk about those rules, what people can expect with the Rise series and also in today's competition. If maybe you're tuning in for the very first time for any esports with Delta Force, this is how it all works. Now, a couple of these rules will be different from some of the competitions that we've done in the past. 1.5 million Technic Alloy is what each player starts with. This is what's going to allow them to build out their kits for round one. But the thing about pro scrims and the thing about esports in general is that if you die, just like public lobbies, you lose your gear. It's a really unique way of playing. Now, something that will also be different is you may see Morse today, because games will be played on the Season Echo. Now that we've advanced in the public servers in a season, we've advanced in the pro server as well into the Season Echo. There's a bunch of new things that come with Season Echo we'll talk about. But in general, with these types of competitions, the way this works is that the first team that captures 2 mana bricks, regardless of when it happens, will win the competition. Now, we've been seeing a lot more of these pro scrims and competitions go all the way to round 7, which is the max round. But if we do go to that max round 7 and a team still hasn't captured 2 mana bricks, then teams will be ranked by the mana bricks that they've captured and then by their total assets, otherwise known as points. We'll talk about how those points work in just a moment. The other cool and interesting rule with this competition in esports is that operators can only be used a total of 2 times all the way through the competition until round 7. So if you run double Nox, for instance, on Zero Dam for some reason, you won't be able to use Nox again until, if we do go to round 7, then everything is reset. And of course, because if a team captures 2 mana bricks, they win and the competition's over, you can see when the mana bricks are in the maps. Round 2 will have a mana brick and an airdrop now as we move into brackish, and we'll talk about the maps. But if a team were to capture the mana brick on round 2 and then capture the mana brick on round 4, folks, we're done in 4 rounds. We could be here for only a couple hours or be here for a few more. Let's take a look at the next section of the rules, though, because we get a little bit deeper into the way this competition works. Not only do they start with 1.5 million, they also have a 3x3 ultimate save box they can use. This will allow them to store ammo in it as usual. You can store the reds you find, etc., etc. And they also have a 12-slot card holder. And the cards, by the way, every player will have access to all the key cards they need basically for free, so they can go around the map however they would like. The other thing that's worth mentioning is that they earn resources by just killing people. This is actually a huge change in the recent updates. 800,000 Technic Alloy that their account automatically receives per kill that they get on the map. So this is a great way to get your money up. Even if you don't extract, you could find a ton of kills on the map and come out super rich because of it. You also get extra money if you decode mana bricks or even steal the decoding of the mana bricks. And there's also a fixed supply each round. And if you do lose multiple rounds in a row, there's also a loser streak, if you will, that will give you some extra money just in case you need it. But as we keep going through the competition and we talk about mana bricks, let's keep rolling through these rules because the mana brick rules are very unique. And Vivid, I want you to break down these mana brick rules for me because this is where the rubber meets the road. This is what everyone needs to focus on in this competition.
Yeah, things are going to get crazy around the mana bricks once we do make it to some of those maps that actually feature the mana bricks themselves. Obviously, when we do kind of jump into those matches that do have the mana bricks, it does take a little bit of time for the mana brick to actually kind of spawn in. So obviously the spawns are going to help you get early access to those mana bricks, but there is a little bit of a timer to make sure that those teams that are able to get there a little bit earlier cannot just instantly pick it up. Also, once a mana brick has been picked up, the squad has 5 minutes to place it at a decoding station or it will reset. Basically, what this allows or kind of prevents, I should say, is teams kind of just picking up the mana brick and hiding away in some like tricky little spot. Like, could you imagine if a team was able to go ahead and pick up the mana brick and then go all the way to the top of like the brackish tower and kind of just hold all the zips, and kind of nobody would have access to the mana brick at that point. So just kind of resets and goes back to the original spawn point there. One of the biggest things, of course, is going to be in securing the mana brick. Once it is actually placed at a decoding station, a 4-minute timer starts. Now, by the way, each one of our maps do have multiple decoding stations around the map, so our teams can kind of pick and choose which one they feel the most comfortable in going to and kind of holding down. All right, so the 4-minute timer has started. Obviously, other teams can kind of come along and they can interrupt the mana brick decoding station by decoding it themselves. However, when they do this, the timer, that initial timer that just started at 4 minutes, it actually gets reduced by 30 seconds. And that reduction of 30 seconds happens every single time the decoding station is interrupted by a subsequent team. And that minimum decoding time can go all the way down to a 1 minute and 30 seconds, which actually happens a lot more than you might think in our competitive setting, because usually what we're going to see is just a mana brick going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There is also a little bit of a caveat at the bottom here. If the squad that is currently decoding the mana brick gets eliminated whilst, again, they are decoding it, the countdown will pause. Prior in competitive settings, it actually went ahead and netted them the credit, even if they did go down, but a little bit of a change came in. So you have to stay alive when you are decoding as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Vivid. Thanks for breaking it down, folks. If you're just tuning in for the very first time, I know we've got watch parties all over the place watching this brand new style of competition. We've been doing this format for a very long time, but things have tweaked and changed over the last several updates as we prepared for the Rise series. So we'll continue to break down those rules and also ask questions in the chat. One of the interesting things for those that have been watching a lot of competition, Vivid, you might have said it, but I think the biggest thing to remind people is that you can actually steal the mana brick. Only a second does it take you to steal the mana brick now, not 3 seconds. That is a huge change. It is going to be very quick steals at the decoding station. I think we'll get down to that 90-second minimum timer very quickly now. But with all of that in mind, we need to talk about the teams competing today. In the Rise series, there's a ton of teams. Today, there's only 6. And one of those, of course, is Team ZywOo. ZywOo, Raid Bull, W Sirius himself, all together again. This GOAT squad played yesterday and honestly showcased what they were able to do on the map, even against some really good teams with some crazy rules. But for these rosters, we got to talk about some of the pro teams that are showcasing themselves on main stage for the first time. We got Team Gotaga. By the way, Gotaga, shout out to you, watch partying this competition. Your team's about to show out. I know a lot of these guys, some of these French names that have been competing in the Delta Force scene for a long time. Spacestation, FLC's here, Faze Clan's here, Alliance is here. Vivid, anybody kind of stand out amongst the rest?
I just got to go ahead and say it's awesome that we do get a early peek here, like you mentioned, with the Rise League series kind of coming up and all of these orgs being introduced. So this will be great to kind of get a quick peek at some of these names. But I mean, for me, it's probably going to be Spacestation Gaming, right? We got kills all over there, Too Easy and Skies. I feel like those guys are probably going to be standing out. It'd be very, very hard as well. I mean, obviously, like we mentioned, we have the orgs being introduced here. I mean, gosh, the walking highlight reel that we kind of got a little bit of a glimpse at yesterday. ZywOo himself, obviously he's going to be in the mix here with a bunch of pro teams that are going to be signed up. So, you know, obviously he doesn't have all the time in the world to play Delta Force, so it'll be interesting to see kind of like how he matches up against some of these guys. I think he did well yesterday. Hoping to kind of see him continue along that. And I think the cool thing here is that, you know, it's going to be ZywOo, Raidbull, and Sirius once more. So hopefully those guys, over the 3 matches that they played yesterday, will start to build some of that chemistry. I do believe that Goj did go ahead and mention that Team ZywOo was being coached yesterday. So hopefully that kind of continues throughout the day as well today, because I feel like the coach will be just a little bit more important today, obviously in a pro scrim setting. But all in all, man, just super excited to kind of see these players showcased for the first time representing their orgs.
Yeah, and again, we've known some of these teams for a very long time, and they're finally getting recognition from a lot of these big orgs for this Rise series. So this is incredibly exciting, and this is just the beginning of what is going to be a long season ahead of us with the Rise series. I want to talk about the maps, though, in general, and what these teams are going to be competing on, where they're going to be competing, and how they'll do it. So as a reminder, you can see when mana bricks are actually available. So in rounds 1 and round 3, for instance, you'll see that there's just an airdrop available. What that means is there's going to be airdrops coming down that will give you things like an AWM, an and its ammo, as well as some airdrops that just have fantastic loot. So you're going to look out for those in round 1 and round 3. We traditionally call those our eco rounds, trying to get your economy up so you can be kitted out for the rest of the rounds. But when there's a mana brick round, expect chaos. Round 2, round 4, 5, and 6 all have mana bricks, and of course round 7 as well. And if you're used to seeing this esports scene, the competitive scene, you do know that things have changed here a little bit. In round 3, we now are 100% of the time going to Tide Prison. There is no selection there. And in round 7, we only have 2 options. You're either going to Brackish or Space City, but last place does choose which map we're going to. And if you choose Brackish, there is not only an airdrop, there's also the mana brick. That is the same on round 2. That is a little different from the last couple competitions we've run. Mana brick and airdrop in Brackish, no matter anytime we play it, which could be round 7 and will definitely be round 2. So those are a couple of the changes. Otherwise, it's going to feel a lot of the same. And we'll continue to update you on all of the changes that are happening throughout the course of these Rise series, because this is our new rulebook, which is a lot of fun. But Vivid, I think as we're about to get into the competition, how are you feeling, man? It feels like so exciting to see all of these pro teams showcase their skills for the first time on main stage. They've been practicing and scrimming this format like crazy. They've been working with their orgs to be the best team that they could possibly be. Some of these teams had to qualify for the Rise series, and then they got picked up. Like, so many cool storylines we could talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Super kind of excited to jump into the games. Like you mentioned, our first match of the day will be on Zero Dam, kind of that quote unquote eco round. We're not going to have a mana brick available to us there, but the supply drop will be worth fighting over. And yeah, kind of give our teams an opportunity to go ahead and warm up. I do want to kind of go back to that point that you were kind of talking about with the maps. Obviously, a bulk of this competition when it comes down to the mana bricks specifically will happen on Space City. Obviously, me and Goj, we've talked about a lot of the changes. I think one of the most important ones that I do want to go ahead and reiterate is that the mana brick kind of takes 1 second to go ahead and steal that decode from, as opposed to 3 seconds. So the steals are going to be a little bit easier, but making the point that, hey, listen, Space City is going to be a bulk of kind of like the competition and how it works. One of the biggest changes is that the test range, the coding station, has actually been removed. That's kind of the one where we have seen so much play around with a bulletproof kind of room that made it very, very hard for a lot of our teams to go ahead and actually steal that station away. So very, very excited to kind of, you know, one, see how our teams are going to be adapting to all of these changes, but then two, just kind of see how the map plays out just differently in general.
Yeah, I totally agree with it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see how Space City like feels totally different with that one off the map and a new one onto the map. There's a lot of fun rule changes and things that we're shifting around. Couple quick reminders though. Yes, this is a pro scrim. Yes, we are using the Rise series rule set, but at the same time, we've also got ZywOo competing against a bunch of pros. So you could see a couple little small differences based on the way the actual pro series will run and the way today runs. One of those main differences is we're going to try to give ZywOo as many advantages as we can to see if the GOAT can pull out some wins against pro teams. I mean, ZywOo's been playing a lot of Delta Force, but he's got a tall task ahead of him, so could see an early AWM from him, could see some higher level gear. We'll see how it all works out here on main stage. But the last reminder I will give everybody that's watching, specifically probably watching for ZywOo, is that we do have a ton of giveaways that we're going to be doing throughout the course of today's competition. You'll be hearing it from me. You're going to have your audio up. You're going to listen into me. I called in a favor, all right? Delta Force has been extremely kind to all of our viewers, and they're going to be extremely kind today. We've got a ton of giveaways today. Namely, we've got premium battle passes. We've got Delta ticket packages, so you can get all of your things that you need with the mana bricks or otherwise to get the best skins in the game. I got a lot I'm going to be throwing your way. Keep your audio up. The biggest thing that you need to be paying attention to is when ZywOo gets a kill, you'll hear my voice tell you what the keyword is, and you type that into the chat, and our moderators will choose winners, okay? That's the number one thing, and then we'll also be giving them away before every round starts after our first game. So be ready, tap in, stay tuned in. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, game one will be ready. ZywOo's going to be on main stage against a bunch of professional players, and we're going to have so much fun. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Time waits for no one. I was once lost in the fires of war, surrounded by ruin and fracture. Only in hindsight did I realize everything reaches its destined end. Every moment that has passed is a relic worth keeping.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AL. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
Signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in Fusion Research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rod immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Welcome back to the Time to Rise show match. We've got pro scrims, we've got ZywOo, we've got watch parties, Gotaga's watching, we got Alliance watch parties going on with their brand new org announcement of their roster. So much fun today, and our first game is about to get started. Vivid, we've talked a lot about some of the rules changes throughout the course of the life cycles of our esports here with Delta Force and operations in general. I think we need to talk a little bit more about a couple of the other changes it's worth bringing up. I think one of the main ones that we want to remind people, if they're maybe just tuning in, they've seen a lot of other competitions, but just tuning in for this one, is yes, we've talked a little bit about stealing the mana brick takes a little bit less time, but also our points are calculated slightly differently, right? We talk about kills being extremely important. They're 1 point each. They also give you 800k technic alloy, but also our supply points are now calculated 1 point per 2 million assets that you're able to extract with or take out of your safe box. So loot is a little less valuable. Kills feel even more valuable now. What do you think about that change?
Super, yeah, I'm a super fan of this change. Like I said, basically this is gonna allow it so that way kills are just worth that much more, which I think should be definitely rewarded as such. I mean, you're in a lobby with a bunch of other pro players who are very, very good at the game, so you should be adequately, kind of rewarded for that. We've actually seen competitions won in the past, basically just strictly off of how many alloys they were able to kind of rack up. And yeah, obviously they deserve to win in that regard because they were kind of just playing to the name of the game there. But kind of like going around the outskirts of the map and picking up some red, sometimes that may feel a little bit cheesy. So you have to get into the action, you have to go ahead and get those kills. But I mean, netting those kills anyway is worth such a big boon. Like, can you imagine if you're one of those teams that's kind of last alive on one of these maps? Obviously you're gonna be picking up some kills in that regard, and then usually our teams kind of walk out with like sometimes like 5 to 8 million alloy on a person. Like sometimes it gets really, really crazy. So kind of nerfing the amount of points that you do get per alloy, kind of making it, hey, listen, you need 2 million to kind of start picking up some of those points. I'm a super big fan of that change.
Yeah, I think in general, when we talk about the way points are decided, I've really liked the way we've moved with this Rise series format, where you can see very tangibly points rather than just total asset numbers, rather than a team having 64.72 million, right? We're going to be able to see on our overall leaderboard a team with 70 points, or in this case would be now 35 points based on their loot value in total. Now, as a reminder for everybody at home, I said this before, this is going to feel like public lobbies to some degree, where if you die, you lose your gear. Now, you get a lot of money back, but at the same time, when some of these teams start going in with gold tier items or more, and you see them lose those, you could see their overall supply point value, which leads to their total points value, go down. That is a very unique way this competition goes. You can see leaderboard points actually go down rather than always going positive. It would take losing quite a bit of gear at that point to do that, but still, a net zero game or a negative game is really going to hurt some of these teams, and we'll talk about that during our eco rounds as well. Rounds 1 in particular and rounds 3, these teams are trying to get their money up so they can go into the Mantle Brick rounds with as many advantages as they can possibly get their hands on. Now, speaking of advantages, I am getting word. The final note, I talked a little bit about ZywOo's advantages. Again, ZywOo is the GOAT in some other titles, and in Delta Force, he is really talented. He had some crazy plays. His whole team was really strong yesterday. But at the same time, these are pro players in pro scrims playing the pro format that he's never played. So we are giving him a few advantages. One, I know you wanted to see ZywOo snipe, okay? ZywOo's going to be sniping all day today. He's got AWMs, more than he could possibly think of. So there's going to be a lot more AWMs, OMs on the map that you're going to want to watch out for, especially if ZywOo either goes down or has him in his hand. It's going to be a lot of sniping coming from ZywOo in particular. The other thing is he should have some red tier items he'll be able to use at some point. This is going to be a huge advantage because the rest of our players will not be able to use red tier items, in particular armor, like he can. So he's going to have a pretty sizable advantage in that category as well, that you should see him pop off a little bit in some of these games. And also, all the players now know that ZywOo is a very valuable source of income if they are able to take him down. So yes, we're into the Rise series, and yes, we're into the Time to Rise show match here with Pro Scrims, but I would say that I think he's still going to be the GOAT squad, and everybody's still hunting the GOAT squad here, Vivid, because he's going to be an expensive kit walking around on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what came to my mind first. Like, hey, listen, if somebody's shooting a nom, you could probably go ahead and guess that it's ZywOo. Obviously, you know, it kind of begs the question, what are you going to do with that information? Like, hey, listen, we know that ZywOo's team's kind of over there. Do you really want to, like, play around that? Is there a way to kind of play around just that little bit of information? But we know these pro players, man, all the information that they can get, they're going to want to go ahead and take advantage of it somehow, some way. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, is going to be a big boon for the team of ZywOo and ZywOo himself. But there is that little bit of a caveat. Hey, listen, if we do hear or see an we probably know who that is.
Yeah, I totally agree. You hear the shot go off, it's going to be ZywOo. We'll be paying attention to his perspective all day today. And of course, if you did tune in yesterday and you're tuning in today, and these are your first couple shows you've seen here with Delta Force, today's going to look a little bit different as well. Our game's about to get started. We appreciate your patience, but we are in the esports format, and therefore we're in the esports server, which means our perspective is going to be a full esports, overlay, right? Where you're going to see all of the observers. You're going to have free cams. You're going to have X-ray. So just because you can see every player on the map doesn't mean they can see every player on the map. It's going to be really fun to get into the competition and see all of these cool nuances that we can see from the esports perspective. Delta Force has done an amazing job with their esports observing system, and I'm really excited to continue to showcase all the new features that it has. Now, Vivid, as we get into the competition, we talked a lot about rule changes. We talked about maps. Talk to me a little bit about flow progression for these teams throughout the course of rounds 1, 2, 3, 4. We've talked about eco rounds and what that can mean for some of the teams, meaning we're trying to get our money up going into the Mantle Brick rounds. What can people expect as we start getting into some of those Mantle Brick rounds? How does the game kind of traditionally play?
Well, definitely keep a close eye when we do kind of jump into those Mantle Brick rounds. Usually one team kind of pops off on some of these quote unquote eco maps, like, you know, round 1 and round 3. And once they do go ahead and pop off, they're kind of, you know, they just have so much access to a lot more alloys at that point. So kind of keep a close eye on which one of these teams is going to be investing a lot to some of these early Mantle Brick rounds. But Mantle Bricks, they're usually all out. They're the only thing that these teams are going to be wanting to keep an eye on. So obviously, supply drop rounds, they're probably going to go a little bit slower, but once we do kind of jump into those Mantle Brick rounds, the flow of the match is going to get crazy. We're going to see 6 teams, you know, most likely around the same area fighting for the same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And for these eco rounds, we're about to get started. I'm being told that the game's going to get started in like 30 seconds or so. So very quickly, we're going to be jumping into our very first eco round, like Vivid was talking about. It's going to be maybe a little slow to start, but what you'll see is 2 different airdrops that come out of the sky. This is going to dictate a lot of the engagements on the map. One airdrop will have some red items. You're going to see a fossil in there. You can see there's a ton of things you can see there. Who knows, a missile or something. You see a lot of value coming from those airdrops. In the other airdrop, you're going to have the AWM and its ammo, which is also a crazy amount of value. You're only getting 5 shots with it, but it's still a lot of value on the map. Now, we're going to see ZywOo being able to use this AWM a ton throughout the course of this competition. For the other players, won't be seeing them utilize snipers necessarily, but this still is a ton of value that they can utilize in this version version of the pro scrims that we're doing, where they can sell it for a bunch of money and utilize that for some great kits going into the first Mana Brick round. So keep an eye out on some of the engagements around these airdrops. And in general, I think we're going to have a dang good time jumping into Zero Dam. We all know it. We all love it. I think the only other thing that is worth remembering from a rule set standpoint for all those watch parties out there that have never watched this, if you have played Delta Force, the game timers will also be much shorter. We got 18 minutes on the clock, period. No matter what map we're on, it's 18 minutes front to back. So Vivid, games do move very quick. You blink and you might miss it. You run and go get some water, you look up and we're already in the final 5 minutes. You're also going to see a lot of teams probably not extract because kills are so valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And one little last thing here goes, why don't we go ahead and tell the people about, we were kind of talking about investment into some of the Mana Brick rounds. It's actually, buying some of those level 5 armor kits now. It's not going to be just straight up alloys. You're actually going to go ahead and get some wood sculptures from any of these games that we jump into. That's going to be the only way to gain access to some of those higher tiers of armor. How you actually go ahead and pick up some of those wood sculptures are going to be some of the flagship tasks that can be found around some of our maps, or some of the bosses, taking out some of the bosses. Now, obviously, we're going to be jumping into Zero Dam first, and the flagship contract on this map is, of course, going to be Wall Breaker. We all know it. We all love it. So, yeah, keep a close eye on a couple of objectives around the map here, guys. We're going to have the supply drops that are going to be falling down, and then the contract is also going to be worth a lot.
A great shot from Vivid. Folks, I know we've just been word vomiting every piece of information we can get to you all at home, but it's because there's so much going on in this competition and so much going on with the Rise series, and we want to keep you informed. One way to do that, though, is to go follow the esports socials. We talk all the time about following Delta Force socials. We also have esports specific socials at DF Games Esports. You can see it down below on all major socials. We even have esports specific channels for streaming. We are live on the official channels as well for these competitions, but it's worth dropping them a follow so you can stay up to date, in particular on all of the esports. So gonna be a lot of fun today, and I'm excited to get into the Zero Dam matchup and see what the players are able to do with all of this crazy action and some of the changes to the rule set.
Super excited to jump into it, Goj, as well. I do want to go ahead and wrap back around to that point, because I did make a mistake. I said we're going to be having a couple objectives to pay attention to on Zero Dam. It's going to be the supply drops. We mentioned that, obviously alms and loot dropping out of those things. The Wall Breaker contract can kind of give you an item that allows you to buy some upgraded armor from the shop going into some of the following games. But there's a third objective that I completely forgot about, and it's one that's not necessarily going to benefit the players. It's going to benefit everybody at home. I'm going to go ahead and remind everybody, ZywOo finding kills is going to be a big objective. Remember, every single time that ZywOo does get a kill, what does that give us, Goj? That gives us a little bit of Twitch chat getting a roll towards some loot, man. I'm super excited.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Folks at home, I think we're doing a quick reset of that map to make sure that everything is ready to go. But yes, that is 100% correct, folks. I've got giveaways like crazy. You don't even want to know how many keys I've got. I've got battle passes. I got Delta tickets. I got everything you could possibly want. You just got to stay tuned and listen for my calls. I'm going to give you a keyword. When ZywOo gets a kill, get ready. I'm dropping a keyword in the chat. I'll go ahead and give you the little bit of a hint. It's probably going to be something around ZywOo, so be ready for that. It's gonna sound very similar to his name or something I've been calling him throughout the course of the competition, but we'll pull that giveaway when he gets his first kill, and then we'll do it before every single game going forward. All right, we're gonna take a very short break here in the booth while we get these settings all ironed out. We'll be starting our games very shortly. Thank you so much for staying patient, and of course, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in just a moment. we're back. Time to Rise Showmatch, baby. It's going to be pro scrims, all featuring ZywOo. We'll be starting here very shortly, just making sure everything behind the scenes is working correctly. Thanks for hanging with us, and thanks for staying patient. For now, it's going to be the Goj and Vivid podcast, and I'm loving it up here at Vivid because I'm so excited to be back with Delta Force and their amazing esports product. So, Vivid, let's talk a little bit more about changes, about the way esports traditionally goes, and what's coming up, because we've talked a little bit about some of those changes. Let's remind some of the people at home what the new rules are for this version of Rise Series. This is the first time we're technically premiering it on main stage. So can you talk me through some of those changes that you and I discussed a little bit before the broadcast with this new rule set that was just released?
Yeah, actually, I want to kind of jump into the scoring thing to kind of actually jump into some of the changes first. Obviously, the way to win any of the competitions focused around the Delta Force esports, the operations scene specifically, is to go ahead and capture 2 mana bricks. If you do that at any point in the competition is over. That team wins. However, if we do make it all the way to like game 7 and there is a tie amongst some of the mana bricks, that's when we kind of, have our tiebreaker. That's going to be allotted through our squad points. One of the biggest changes around the squad points is actually how they are calculated now. We have kill points kills are going to be worth 1 point towards your amount of squad points, but then also every 2 million alloys that you're able to rack up is also going to be another point. So obviously kills are going to be worth a lot, and obviously squad points in general are going to be worth a lot, because that's pretty much the tiebreaker if we do kind of find ourselves in a situation to where the mana bricks were not captured twice, and we do end up with a little bit of a tie in the amount of mana bricks that a couple of teams have captured. Speaking about mana bricks specifically, probably the biggest change, the one that we have mentioned multiple times already, because I'm telling you, it is the biggest change by far. It only takes 1 second to go over to the decoding station where the mana brick is being decoded. It takes 1 second to steal it. It used to take 3 seconds, and we have seen multiple failed attempts of kind of trying to go ahead and steal it because, whether it be a Tempest or whoever from one of our teams is kind of laying down in a smoke on the mana brick decoding station for so long, it just feels like forever, and then they end up getting taken out, they end up getting killed or whatever. But 1 second, man, that time is going to absolutely fly by. So a couple of the biggest changes there. Obviously, we also talked about some of the changes when it comes down to the maps. Zero Dam is still going to have access to those supply drops, but now Brackish, even when there is a mana brick on the Brackish map, there is actually going to feature an airdrop as well. So a little bit of an objective kind of switch on the Brackish map. If you don't necessarily want to go for the mana brick, maybe you want to play a little bit more economy focused, then you can go for those supply drops as well on a map like Brackish.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, Vivid. A lot going on. Also worth mentioning, big shout out to our chat here. Been paying attention to all the chat that's hanging out. We've got some other pro players as well that recently joined rosters. Big congrats to Equal Plays, by the way. Saw you in the chat just a moment ago. But in general, one of the other things worth mentioning, I know we love talking about the AWM, the there's also the M82 that can drop in those airdrops as well. So it's not just the AWM anymore. So again, there's a bunch of small little changes across the board that you'll see differences and nuances with the way the esports program has continued to develop over the years. Now, our game is about to get started again. I know I've said that a couple of times, but we have finally gotten everything ready. We've gotten ZywOo ready to rock and roll. His team's ready to compete. And so again, thanks you for our patience. But once we get started, things are going to go very quick. Everything is very regimented once the first map starts, between map to map. And we'll, of course, give you those giveaways as we get into the gameplay as well. Watch out for those ZywOo snipes early. Otherwise, it's just going to be a ton of fun here in our first eco round. Again, going to Zero Dam, Vivid, you brought up the special wood statues that you can get from some of these missions. This is a new way as well, as we jump straight into the gameplay. This is a new way as well for these teams to potentially get gold level gear earlier in the competition by using them in order to get that gold gear. You actually trade them in. There's like a specialty tourney trade exchange that you can do with these wood statues. So you need a couple of them. You can get them from Wallbreaker and Zero Dam or from some of the bosses. Definitely something we'll keep our eyes on as we get into the match.
Yep, absolutely. And as you guys can see, just a little bit of a quick reminder towards the map rotation. Zero Dam will be the first match. I kind of mentioned it before, how you win these competitions. It's all about the mana bricks. It is not featured in every single one of the matches, and Zero Dam is going to be, our first match is going to be one of the ones that does not feature it. So our teams want to go ahead. They want to build up some of their squad points. They want to build up their economy. And now that, you know, me and Goj, we kind of talked about the importance of those wood sculptures, I would imagine that the wall breaker contract should be probably the most valuable thing on the Zero Dam map for sure. And I feel like kills as well, man, with this little bit of a nerf to the format when it comes down to, you know, resources and alloys. You know, you only get 1 point for every 2 million that you have. It's really not a lot. It's not really worth it to kind of make some of these loot runs happen. So aggression should be the name of the game for all of our teams here as we kind of jump into things early on. And take a look at this. It's going to be Team ZywOo with an early admin spawn, but on the other side of things, we can see him over there. It's going to be Alliance as well.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about, but the first thing, of course, is that, yes, we've got 18 minutes on the clock. You can also see when these airdrops are dropping in. And again, this is such a fun competition because it's pro scrims, but it's also a show match. ZywOo is kitted to the nines compared to some of our players early in this competition, but they will slowly but surely creep their way to gaining the ground in terms of difference in equipment moving into the next couple rounds. So this first round expects ZywOo's team, if they'd like to get really aggressive, and they have already moved into bottom half of admin with Alliance up above, like you mentioned. We're already seeing Faze and others pull some nice reds off screen.
Also, keep in mind that we do play a system where you can only use a specific operator 2 times over the course of the first 6 matches. So obviously there is a big thing to kind of think about when it comes down to the economy, specifically alloys, but it is also important to maintain your operator economy as well. So we do see usually on the Zero Dam map a lot of our more aggressive operators, as well as Raptor, because, you know, all of our professional players, and I feel like everybody at home would kind of agree that Raptor finds incredible value on a map like Zero Dam. And yeah, like you mentioned, ZywOo absolutely kitted to the teeth. You can see he's going to be wearing red armor. He's going to be having that Val. He's got the Val. He's got the he's got the gold ammo. And yeah, we were kind of looking at some of the other teams, by the way. And because of how the competitive kind of scene works here on Delta Force, I saw somebody run around with blue ammo. Now, blue ammo is going to do pretty much nothing to ZywOo and the gear that he's got.
Yeah, everybody's running blue ammo. This is the way Zero Dam works. So again, this is pro scrims, but also we got ZywOo the GOAT kitted up to start things off. So this eco round is his if he can get really aggressive here and go for it. At the same time, the rest of the teams also know this, so they can either avoid him or they can try their darndest to take him down regardless. And if they do, there is a huge boon and a huge bounty to that namesake. So we'll keep eyes out for those engagements and see how well it goes for some of these, well, frankly, Alliance members to start, as we're fighting over admin. Of course, you can see on the left-hand side here with our esports observing, you can see the different profits that they've been able to make throughout the course of this map already. The amount of money they've been able to loot up so far. And we'll keep eyes on that as we get deeper into the competition as well.
Top of your screen also features a lot of information. As you can see, the airdrop is preparing 20 seconds. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to land in 20 seconds. That's kind of when it starts to fall down from the sky. The position is revealed, and some of our teams can kind of start to play around the specific position. Also, another cool thing, I did actually see Raid Bull here, who's going to be a part of Team ZywOo. He actually had Saeed's weapon in hand, and as we all know, you know, Saeed drops that weapon with gold ammo in it. So, you know, we're kind of talking about how everybody has blue ammo. There's actually like 2 people on Team ZywOo right now that have access to gold ammo, so they're gonna be doing a lot of damage. But that's gonna be a shot. I think that was ZywOo on the arm. He's gonna be finding an early picker. That's gonna be grind down. There he is, the GOAT.
If you hear that shot ring out, I think you leave that guy to die and you run away at this point. This is about to be a slaughter if they're not careful. This is still on red timer. Should be able to get a revive potentially, but they'll hear that. And the revive does go up, and Raid Bull's full sending this. They know they have an advantage, and they're going to try to catch this team on their back foot and hunt them down. Alliance backing up dramatically, knowing that they're a bit outclassed to kick things off. They're going to head down low to try to get out of here, and Raid Bull is trying to hawk them down, but a couple of utility going their direction, and all of a sudden, they're being slowed in their advances. Smokes could help. But again, the amount of firepower that ZywOo and his team are going to be able to throw down, this is likely going to go to the side of them, but we'll see. Maybe our pros can pull something out of a hat right now. Raid Bull already feeling the pressure. But some nice util over the top does connect on Grind again, and they're going to have to unfortunately leave him if they want to keep their bodies up and hopefully stay alive.
It was a great job there from Raid Bull and ZywOo combined. Raid Bull kind of throwing the magnetic bombs over the top, flushing them out from their cover, and ZywOo was actually kind of peeking up along the side angle right there. But take a look at this. The third party is now in. Lynx is going to be in a lot of trouble right here because on his retreat, he has ran into a full team of 3 GOT here. The influx of utility from the Luna and such and the grenades is going to be taking out Lynx as he tries to go ahead and retreat. Obviously, there's kind of a lot happening right now, but Easy kind of poised up on the ladder. They're going to be walking up the ladder and straight into the sights here. An easy pickup for the likes of Easy.
Unfortunately, I think our Team Gotaga got a little too aggressive, and there is a chaos all around the map because you also see that SSG has found Nox. So this is several teams full swinging up, but Space Station getting extremely aggressive on the last remaining member of Alliance. And it's going to be Ink. This is the former Ink roster that got picked up by Space Station. This is the team that on paper is one of the best teams in the entire world. Got second in an international LAN event. Gets picked up. Slight changes to their roster, but Killzall Easy are back with this SSG roster. And I'm excited to see what Space Station is able to do today. Regardless of the crazy rules, this is still going to be similar to our pro scrims. And they are making their way through admin.
Love to see the aggression from multiple of our teams. And like we mentioned, man, the kills are just going to be worth more in the grand scheme of things. But look at this. A lot of pressure. Moxa is going to be flushed out. It's going to be Team ZywOo once again getting active. That's only going to be their second kill. But it feels like they have been fighting for quite some time. That you might imagine that they would have had just more than 2. But still a lot of opportunity left. And that's going to be Raid Bull actually taking down Skies off to the side here. I would imagine it's actually going to be hard for them to go ahead and finish because as you can see, Skies is actually running all the way to the left right there, but Raid Bull trying to get the heal off, somehow survives. There's multiple angles that he's exposed to. He's just dipping, dodging, and praying that his team can kind of help him out here, whether it be smokes or shots to land, and he does successfully make it out.
That's insane. You can already see it looks like some ammo exchanging hands because off screen we do have airdrops that have landed. Somebody else has picked up. It's going to be FLC has picked up with Salawa, the AWM, and its ammo. So it's going to be some nice value for them. But in general, ZywOo, Raid Bull, Sirius, they've been in the blender. Because, well, maybe they're causing... They are the blender. They're the one churning all these teams up. In the meantime, by the way, we saw them engage with Team Gotaga, who had unfortunately caught the wrong end of a few bullets as they climbed up the ladder prematurely. They're full wiped on this map. And Alliance is still down to that solo. I think he's desperately trying to get at least one of his teammates back onto the map and has actually successfully grabbed one of the bodies of one of his teammates on yellow timer while the rest of his team sits on top of the other body, which I think is about to time out. Should be able to get Grind back on his feet here if he's able to back away far enough to where this Team ZywOo cannot push him. Smart play here from Alliance.
Yeah, absolute chaos here at the admin building. I mean, trying to go ahead and take count here. Obviously, we had Alliance. We had Team Gotaga here. We saw Team Faze is kind of creeping up on the outside. Team ZywOo is here. And, yeah, it's just kind of getting crazy. But off in the distance, like you mentioned, FLC was able to kind of pick up that airdrop uncontested. So all of our teams kind of feeling the difference here, as you can see over there. Alliance Grind. Is that red armor that he just picked up?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Did ZywOo drop his red armor as a swap to wear the purple armor that he had in his backpack? And then, yeah, they found it on the ground. That is hilarious.
That is a crazy... I mean, again, you don't get to see this in normal comp here in our eco realm, but I think that's exactly what happened. By the way, ZywOo did get a snipe, so in the chaos, I'm gonna go ahead and do it now, chat. Everybody got their audio up very quickly. Our first giveaway of the competition. Right now, we're gonna pull total of 10 winners. Some of you will get Delta tickets, and some of you will get those battle passes. All you have to do is type into the chat GOAT. G-O-A-T. Type into the chat GOAT, all caps. You can type it in once, and then you'll be entered We're going to run this for about 2 minutes, and I'll tell you when to stop, and then we'll have our normal chatters chat away. 2 minutes of typing GOAT, as ZywOo has already gotten an early snipe at the AWM in the first round. We'll run this for about 2 minutes, and then our moderators will be able to select those winners, and then we'll move on. In the meantime, while you're typing GOAT, it does look like FLC continue to find great loot, because FLC have grabbed both of the airdrops off broadcast. They've picked up not only AWM and its ammo, but also some of the red items like champagne that you see popping up. And also in the meantime, Killzall says, thank you very much. That's a freebie crossing the street. That's not the beginning of a joke. That is Killzall getting a free kill.
That being said, position is going to be revealed. I think this is going to be serious on the Raptor. Or no, that was actually SSG on the Raptor trying to kind of find the information that is required to sniff out the team of ZywOo here. Now, obviously, Zero Dam has gone great for some of our teams, right? The kills have kind of been flowing in for a couple of our teams. The air job obviously flowing in for the team of FLC. We did go ahead and mention that one of the most important objectives it felt like would be that wall breaker. I don't know if anybody's kind of played for that yet specifically. I don't know if anybody's even picked up the contract itself. But under heavy pressure right now, it's going to be ZywOo. Skies is trying to make something happen right now while the Shepherd All is going off. He's going to be using some of that hip fire, but none of the shots are going to land.
A lot of util coming out on to Raid Bull. Feeling a bit of pressure right now. They're going to try to throw down some smokes, and unfortunately, ZywOo gets tagged up quite a bit. Ends up breaking a leg and either need to repair or throw some painkillers in and keep rocking and rolling in this competition. They try to heal up in the meantime, but feeling a lot of pressure right now, especially now that he's down to purple armor as a swap. He's not going to be quite as tanky as he was in some of these early engagements, and we got a lot of folks getting extremely aggressive. This is so fun to watch for our first eco round, Vivid. I was expecting some slow gameplay, but we are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Faze tries to get a quick flank there onto the team of SSG, but they go ahead and dip down to the basement. And by the way, that kill that we kind of saw out in the street crossing, that was onto Easy. He's going to get res, so Alliance are back up to 2 members. But FaZe are now interested in kind of returning to that initial game plan that they had of just playing slow, trying to play for the third party. But kind of taking a look at Team ZywOo here. They look a little bit like they have lost some of their information, so they're trying to go ahead and regain.
Quick note here, by the way, for the folks at home. Yes, you can stop spamming GOAT. Let's bring back our normal chat. Let's hype up some of our other teams. We got a lot of amazing competitors here today, and you can see them all on your screen right now. So no more spam. We've selected our winners. You will be whispered by our moderators, and we will get you all of your rewards. Thank you for following the rules, and we'll send you that whisper here in just a moment, and we'll have more giveaways here very soon after this game. But we've got 5 minutes left. Let's lock in. Couple quick notes. Yes, Team Gotaga has already been wiped in their first eco round. It looks like FLC. Remember, they got all those red items. They got all that loot from those airdrops. They've already sent a player out. They sent 1 player to extract. This is pretty normal in esports. They're going to protect some of their loot, and the other 2 are going to stay on the map to get aggressive and play for some of these extraction points and play for some kills. And it does look like we're going to see our extraction point. Our lever has been pulled, and the dam is going to be contested. Last remaining member of Alliance is going to be fighting for their lives in there. They've actually got 2 left after they got that pickup, so they're going to be fighting here, but FaZe is just going to barrel stuff their opponents and clean them up quite easily.
Yeah, he's going to be stuffed out right there, and as you can take a quick look at the map, it looks like the other member of Alliance, who's of course going to be grind on that Raptor, did kind of go ahead and run away, but FLC, they kind of hear the res coming in now. They're going to go ahead and try to go ahead and pressure this. Smoke comes out, and the D-Wolf is going to be able to get very, very close, but some great shots are going to land to go ahead and delay that. But delay that is exactly what FLC actually did, as the res is stopped.
This is a huge play from FLC. This is the classic third party, and the triple blaster goes huge. D-Wolf finding great efficacy on the first map of the day. And again, barrel stuffing their opponent's FaZe, just getting mixy with the Viren, dashing around the corners, dodging every angle, and almost wins a crazy engagement, but Kobe goes huge. And FaZe, unfortunately, I believe, fall in a crazy engagement with about 90 seconds left on the extraction point, or count it 2 minutes left on this extraction point. FLC have done exactly what they set out to do, but there's a couple other teams that are going to try to take this extraction point as well. So job's not done. Remember, FLC sent 1 out with their loot. These 2 are here to play spoiler, and play spoiler they have.
Remember how much loot you can kind of pick up if you are able to go ahead and take out ZywOo, SSG. They know exactly where all three members are. They're all the way back up into this corner. If some of the util starts to fly in, they're going to go down very, very quickly. ZywOo is trying to make something happen. It's going to be the Val in hand, but the Vironol is going to go ahead and push him back. SSG, I feel like they have all the information they need. Yep, the nade's going to come in. That's going to pick up two. It's just going to be ZywOo left. And that's going to be SSG with the full clear onto Team ZywOo on the back foot of just finding out that all three members were backed up into the corner.
This is utter chaos. ZywOo's team were terrors on the map, and they end with a crazy amount of total assets from this map, from the amount of kills they were able to get, the amount of loot they were able to find. But unfortunately, finally get backed into the corner. SSG wiped them, and now it's a 2v2 with one on the ground. But Alliance still has a solo playing a spoiler. Oh my, I've never seen an eco round like this. Alliance grind, play spoiler to FLC, and now FLC are the solos on the map, and SSG can do whatever they want now that they're a full team of 3. There's only 25 seconds left to get out of this map, though, which could be a massive boon for SSG, especially as they get another kill on the last remaining member of Alliance.
It was a great job from SSG right there. I feel like it was also a great job from Grind to go ahead and just kind of stick behind. Remember, he kind of sent some of the loot out already on his teammate because he had a naked Bison to kind of work with right there. But 5 seconds until the extract does kind of go off. Solo is going to be on the extract. Can he get the knock for the final kill? Huge. He does get it. That's going to be 1 squad point for them. And then obviously some extra resources as well. So a great pickup as the extract does go off. We're going to be seeing, as you can see on the left side of your screen, by the way, just kind of give us the full story of kind of how this one has played out. 2 members of FLC have been able to extract, and now SSG is left with just 2 members remaining. And the objective now is going to be trying to successfully pull off the parkour so that way they can make their way quickly up to the weight-limited extract.
What a wild string of events. I am so excited to watch this one back on replay because there was so many engagements and extremely unique circumstances that caused these players to just play totally different on an eco round. They know there was so much loot available on this map. If they were able to hunt down the Goat Squad, for instance, and just in general with both airdrops onto the map. In general, you can see ZywOo's team still has a ton of value from the kills they're able to find, but if SSG is able to even get 1 player extracted, which I think it looks like Killzall should be able to make it in time, completing our parkour course and zipping up to the ridge extraction, they're going to be pretty far up the leaderboard as well. And look, credit to FLC, what they were able to accomplish on this map. Get 2 players extracted, get a final kill in the final moment, play spoiler to a couple different teams trying to extract Faze, get full wiped by that FLC. I mean, really fun stuff. And you do see Killzall get out. Gonna be able to save some of that red tier loot that he's able to pick up from ZywOo. What a sequence.
Yeah, you can see when you do tune into the members that are unfortunately not going to make it out. Skies and 2 easy. Still worth for them to go ahead and stuff those 3x3 safe boxes with as much as they possibly can, as well as those dog tags, which are worth quite a bit now, especially as the competition kind of goes on. But yeah, you mentioned it, SSG, just an incredible feat right there in the early stages.
Yeah, Spacestation Gaming going to be nearly on top, if not all the way on top of our leaderboard. Again, everything needs to be calculated. The way this leaderboard works is it's going to be metal bricks first. Now, of course, nobody has a metal brick yet. And then it's going to be based on your supply points, which is all calculated by 2 million equals 1 point. That's your metric for success. And then every kill you got is 1 point. Those 2 point totals will be added together, and those will be your total points. You'll see it all on our leaderboards, though. It's pretty easy to follow, and we'll keep you updated on that here in just a little bit. But a quick look back. Vivid, what'd you think about that first map? That was chaos as we look at these replays and highlights.
Yeah, it was super, super crazy. For anybody kind of at home that's tuned in for the first time, usually Zerodam, the fights kind of happen around the supply drops, but a giant focus on the admin area early on, kind of already seen in full effect kind of what those changes to the format has done. Just trying to go ahead and pick up as many kills as they possibly can. Obviously, the admin building is super, super great, but it was, you know, all in the back foot of Team ZywOo kind of going at Team Alliance early on. And obviously, Team Alliance went down early as a result. But after that, Team Faze kind of joined in. SSG was in the mix as well. And then FLC also eventually ran over here to, you know, eventually get into the mix on the extract.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun to watch, and I think FLC did the perfect game plan. They said, let's get our one player out with all the red items we got from the second airdrop, and let's send the other two to go play spoiler, and that's exactly what they did. And of course, this was a really interesting and engaging fight for a couple of reasons, one of which we saw ZywOo's team unfortunately get backed into the corner of one of these shipping containers, and SSG was able to wipe them. But then Alliance, the solo left on the map, the solo that get revived by his teammates, almost went berserk with a bison. I was so surprised to see that much action, but to see the action in the way we did as well, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was super, super cool to kind of see how everything panned out. And it'd be also super, super cool to see how the leaderboard kind of looks after all of that. Obviously, we do know SSG should be in first place, but my big question there is going to be by how much? Because obviously, you know, the more research that they have, the more they can kind of invest in some of the gear that they're able to buy going into the first Manobrick round. So I can't wait to see how it all panned out.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see as well. SSG should be near the top. ZywOo's team's going to be up there as well. They do start with a nice boon in terms of stash value with the things they were given, so keep that in mind. Should see ZywOo near the top, but once we get into the mantle bricks, that's all that matters, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we'll have your scores from Game 1, and we'll be going straight into Game 2, our first mantle brick round.
They once believed themselves to be eternal stars in their own worlds. Burning without restraint, expanding without order. And that chaos, they called it freedom. But all of it was nothing more than flaws in the fabric of the universe. I too once basked in daylight, believing kindness defined the limits of this world. But I was wrong. If they choose chaos, if humanity is riddled with corruption, then let judgment descend. I am the warden of the abyss and the tyrant of the endless night. Struggle. Scream. Within this prison, even the noblest stars must yield to the gravity of order. The stars have returned to their rightful places.
Telemetry data confirms the Havoc rocket formation has deviated from its flight path and is currently plummeting toward Claudia. All units, clear the area immediately and secure the wreckage.
Still a chance if I can freeze them!
Maintain suppressive fire!
Welcome back to the Time to Rise Showmatch here with our pro scrims, if you will, but ZywOo featured. And speaking of ZywOo featured, of course, ZywOo's going to be at the top. He's been given a huge advantage in terms of total loot that he gets to start with because they pick up their AWMs and everything in between, red armor. But look at Space Station Gaming and FLC. Monster starts to this first game eco round, and they're still picking up 7 million in total assets. Look at their point totals. They're right behind them here, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this little screen that we're going to be seeing how much, squad points were actually picked up by each one of our teams here. 11 for the side of SSG, 10 for the side of FLC. And we're already kind of starting to see that little bit of a difference. As you can see, SSG, they picked up 11 squad points, which is, of course, more than FLC. But if you do go ahead and take a look at the asset column, FLC actually made it out with more assets. So they're going to have a little bit more in their bank, but in terms of the leaderboard, SSG are just doing a little bit better. And we do take a look at our bottom 3 teams. And as you can see, sometimes these eco rounds are very, very important because when it comes down to the assets, I mean, they're quite a ways behind. And then we, of course, know Team ZywOo, with ZywOo kind of getting access to all of that extra loot, man. Their assets are just going to be looking pretty.
Yeah, exactly. And as a reminder, too, with our new rules, you can see how the points are calculated there. It is rounded down. So it is every 2 million, give them an extra point. So once you do that, that's how the points calculate over to squad points. And then every kill is 1 point. So here's what it looks like on paper with the way the math works. Nice and easy. Do see Team ZywOo still at the top, but only by 1 point over Space Station Gaming and FLC, who are hot on their heels here, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work from SSG. Great work from FLC. We do know that, just obviously just all about the kills, like we kind of thought it would end up being in this new format. That being said, we already kind of talked about it on the leaderboard specifically. Those assets aren't going to be, getting showed off throughout as much as we are kind of used to. But I want to kind of turn our conversation over to where we are going next, because we are going to Brackish, which everybody at home, if you've kind of paid attention to competitive Delta Force before in the operations game mode, this one usually features a mana break. New to it, though, is that we are also going to be seeing a supply drop come down. It'll be interesting to see which one of our teams kind of start to invest in this first mana break rendition on Brackish.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Brackish is back, and with Brackish, we've got Mana Brick and Airdrop. This is going to be a lot of objectives to fight over, and I think it's important to remember for some of these teams that, of course, they want to go for the Mana Brick. However, going for the Mana Brick with some extra loot in your inventory would be a nice to have, especially if you're picking up either gold or red tier loot from either ZywOo's team or some of these airdrops. So keep that in mind as we go forward, is that Brackish is going to look a little bit different than we have in the past. Now, the other thing that's worth mentioning is that this graphic's also going to look a little bit different, because if you look all the way over to the far right hand side, Morse, we are now in the Echo season, which means Morse is available to play. And for some of these teams, they could see utilizing Morse, some of these Mana Brick rounds, for the extra intel that could be helpful. But in general, the way it works is that these players are able to play each of these operators twice in total, just in general. All the way through the first 6 rounds, you can only play each operator twice. And then once we get to the 7th round, everything is reset. So that's how that all works. If you see a team go double Nox, for instance, they won't be able to use Nox again until round 7. So excited for it. But in general, Vivid, as we talk about operator selections going into Brackish, what are you expecting to see? We need to make sure we have operators with smokes. And in general, I think we need to make sure we have some recon util, whether that's more Raptors we oftentimes see in Brackish, or maybe somebody breaks out of Luna early.
Yeah, absolutely. We keep talking about the big change when it comes down to the coding station. So it'd be cool to see if those operators that we are used to kind of seeing on a map like Brackish start to kind of switch up. But yeah, any operators that can kind of get them close to those mana break decoding stations, you already mentioned it. Obviously, the smokes are going to help out a lot, but you do also want the utility to go ahead and just throw some of that util into the smokes. Try to go ahead and deny anybody that's kind of interested in just jumping onto the coding stations. I'm taking a look at like Aluru, obviously, with like the Molotov kind of coming into the mix. Luna's obviously great, like you already mentioned. We do see a lot of Lunas kind of come out in the later stages, specifically on Space City. We also see the Tempests come out on Space City specifically. So Brackish almost sometimes feels like this little bit of a flex. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Toxic, because Toxic, that kind of nets you some of those smokes that you're looking for, and then the ultimate just finds so much value around the museum area. But yeah, man, it'd be cool to see where this one kind of leads us off, because that initial team that actually spawns close to where the mana brick initially spawns pretty much dictates the way this entire map goes. Wherever they initially take the mana brick to that first decoding station, that's where we're going to be for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think you called out something, the one thing of all the thousands of rules that we do want to talk about and update everybody on is the way spawning works is really important, and you shouted it out. There are priority spawns. There are tier 1 spawns, and teams cannot get tier 1 spawns in back-to-back rounds. For instance, the tier 1 spawns in Zero Dam was where ZywOo spawned. It's right next to admin, right? And because of that, you will not see ZywOo get priority spawns going into this round. You will not see him be spawning closest to the mana brick. It doesn't mean they couldn't go for the mana brick first. It doesn't mean they couldn't even get there first. But tier 1 spawns are quote unquote the best spawns if you're playing for Mandel. On Brackish, it is worth reminding people too that if you don't get a tier 1 spawn, could get to spawn over here in the Tower of Babel and just play loot. I think that's a worthwhile way to play the game, and a lot of teams traditionally do that. If they get the Tower of Babel spawn, they'll just sit in the Tower of Babel and pump up all their loot. But let's take a look at what these teams are deciding to do. You can see where Faze and Alliance have spawned. They're down by Tower of Babel. Both teams aggressively moving forward. At least Alliance is electing to leave the Tower of Babel and go get up into the mix near Museum, where this mana brick will spawn. And in the meantime, you see Spacestation Gaming, you see Gotaga's team. They're inside of Museum already, going to be playing for this mana brick spawn here in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're actually going to go ahead and jump into an early engagement right now. There were a couple of shots that were exchanged. I don't think anything necessarily landed, but this will give us a good opportunity to take a look at some of the comps here. To the side of SSG, we're going to be seeing the Shepherd, the Toxic, and the Raptor, which is pretty much exactly what Goj was kind of talking about. Access to the smokes, access to that Raptor, some of that, you know, early reconnaissance, and we're actually seeing some Tempests from a couple other teams here. Taking a look at the left, where we do see the full story. Faze and Team Gotaga actually using the Tempest right here, which again, I think is pretty rare, because it does actually find what feels like so much value on a map like Space City, and that's where we usually see the Tempest start to come out.
Yeah, seeing a Tempest this early, I think is a really good call out from you, because you're right. It is extremely valuable in mana brick rounds, and maybe they're saying, hey, we want this first mana brick. I would say if you see Faze or Team Gotaga with a Tempest right now, expect them to play for brick. Now, unsurprisingly, with Gotaga's team getting tier 1 spawns and playing Museum, they're playing around brick. But last we checked in with Faze, they were at Tower of Babel. No, they're leaving. So this is what I was expecting. I think if Faze came in with not a Tempest and they wanted to play a little bit slower and they wanted to maybe play for loot, you would have seen them pick different operators. Because they chose Tempest, they're electing to come get up into the mix, play really aggressive here, and go for brick as well. This is going to be nuts.
Yeah, I would say the only kind of operator that I'm maybe surprised to see is a couple of D-Woofs. I think it's going to be a comfort pick from ZywOo, which, by the way, I think is going to be important to talk about all of the loot that all of our team has access to now. Pretty much everybody on the map is going to have purple helmets, purple armor, purple ammo as well, except for ZywOo, who's going to be in full red again with that AS Val, gold ammo, and the which, by the way, Faze coming all the way from the tower. They dipped their toes in. I would imagine that was on the back foot of the Tempest ult. They go ahead and pick up the initial spawn, and now, like I mentioned, it's all about where this initial team that gets access to the mana brick takes it. Like, what decoding station did they go ahead and choose? They're opting to go ahead and run towards the Tower of Babel specifically, and going to be using one of these decoding stations around this area, and every single one of our teams around the map is going to be forced over this area. But take a look at the map over here. Alliance are actually already set up on this station.
Yeah, this is a wild way to kick things off. And again, this is what we expected when we were looking at the Faze roster.
Oh,
and what operators they brought in, but they got read like a book. Like you mentioned, Alliance is already over here and immediately picked up in transition. So with one member of Faze down, do they still try to plant it here? Oh, they're just getting obliterated. Easy with some perfect shots over the top. Faze in deep trouble, and the third goes down as well. Deliver the mantle brick on a silver platter. And I think Alliance is just going to immediately stick this. Decoding has started, folks. 4 minutes on the clock. Airdrop also dropping in 30 seconds, but Alliance in complete control.
All right, every other team on the map, it's in your hands. We've seen sometimes before in these competitions where it's just like a giant question mark. Hey, why is nobody playing for the mana brick? And we've also seen an absolute flip-flop of that where, like I mentioned, all of our teams kind of get invested. Now, the map is going to be a little bit more open up. We have one team that's already going to be full wipe. you can see Alliance kind of knows this map. They know exactly how it works. Because Alliance was actually the team that spawned over by the Tower of Babel. They know that one other team could have as well. They picked up on the read that it was Faze, so they know that Faze and Alliance were the two teams that kind of spawned by Babel. So they are kind of reading right now the map in terms of, hey, listen, all of these teams have to kind of come from Museum. So they're actually investing their position over towards this choke point rather than playing on the decoding station itself. That being said, we did see, you know, there's 3 teams over here kind of fighting around this supply drop area. Alliance is going to be on the decoding station, but Team ZywOo was actually flanking all the way over there to the west side of the map. So keep a close eye on that.
Yeah, we'll be watching out for ZywOo. If he decides to come get aggressive into some of these fights, either here or on the other side of the map, we'll get our eyes on him. But right now, Gotaga's team in a bit of trouble. And again, reminder, Gotaga's team was the first team wiped last time. This time it's Faze. So they need a big round here, not only just in terms of getting loot up, but also, of course, if they could get the mana brick, that would be nice. You can see the mana brick timer. Top, middle, Alliance is decoding it. 2 minutes on the clock. And FLC and Team Gotaga are in a bit of a stalemate right now with the boss flying up ahead and above. You need to be a little bit careful with where they're positioned. A true 3v3 on main while the brick is being decoded.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on that decoding station. A quick little note, we did mention those wood sculptures that give you access to level 5 gear. You can actually get that on Brackish as well from the helicopter. So if they take that out, then they will have access to that. But right now, Team Gotaga would love to take it out because they're taking a lot of damage, and it's not going to be from players, it's going to be from the boss.
Yeah, this is... I mean, they're just getting shelled by the boss right now, but they're more worried about getting caught at a weird angle by their opposition. In the meantime, by the way, here's a look at the map view. Alliance has just been chilling. We haven't been showing them because there's nothing else going on over there. Finally, SSG, Spacestation Gaming, the team that is technically at the top of the leaderboard, not counting ZywOo's early start with the assets they are given. This is the team we've got to be worried about. Space Station is trying to showcase what they've got here on main stage. And Alliance right now is the only team that could potentially leapfrog them on the leaderboard if they're able to get this mantle brick. 60 seconds on the clock. Reminder, it is very quick to steal this mantle brick. Only takes a second, but you've got to get to the decoding station to do so. And Space Station's trying to figure out, how do we swing around these corners without getting cut down in transition? Is it even worth it? And they may be saying, it's not worth it, guys. We got to play for loot.
Yeah, I think this one is just going to go in the hands of Alliance, and it's going to be on the back foot of where ZywOo's team is actually positioned. If anybody's going to make something happen, it's actually going to be ZywOo's team. But so much information came out from the rotation that they were kind of pulling off right here, as we do see on the right side of the screen, those wood sculptures that we were talking about, going to be picked up by Team Gotaga. So they're going to be looking good in terms of some of our subsequent games. But yeah, only 15 seconds left right now before Team Alliance secure our first brick.
This is what we call in the business, I think, a free brick, folks. It looks like, oh, wait, it's going to be ZywOo maybe trying to make an extremely aggressive play here, but it's too late. They got into the party too late. Alliance to get a free brick. In the meantime, SSG, FLC, contesting each other on the backside of this brick. With the brick down, now all they care about is kills. And Jeff's going to get the first one on Space Station. Easy. Now alone in this encounter, as SSG in a bit of trouble. Not sure exactly where Killzall is at right now, but Too Easy is in a 2v1, and he's getting one. No, there's Killzall on the flank. He's able to find the angle. Easy in trouble, but he's actually getting help from Killzall, and Kobe is on 1 HP in a dream right now, while Easy's going for the res with Killzall holding this angle. A perfect setup from SSG to stay alive as Killzall comes into view.
Going to put down some of the utility right there. I saw the Raptor also come over the top. He's going to be jumping on him, but Kobe's going to be going ahead and finding the shots necessary. But the trade is there from the side of Too Easy. But getting knocked right there for Killzall is a big damper in the positioning of SSG, because they're left with just a solo alive, and now Team ZywOo is trying to get a read on the situation. And while this is kind of going on over here, Alliance are starting to get to the mix in terms of fighting wise. They picked up the brick, and now they picked up 2 kills on the team of Gotaga.
Third, fourth, fifth parties. We've got fights happening all over the place, but Alliance, they've got the mantle brick. They're feeling extremely confident. They've got Team Gotaga in their sights. Down goes Team Gotaga. One of now a couple teams fully eliminated. SSG down to a solo. And in the meantime, in that other engagement, FLC have been fully eliminated. So we see SSG come out the better of their opponents, but it's mostly on the back of a third party from ZywOo and his team. Now ZywOo's team, a full team of 3, SSG on the ropes, and there's no way they're getting these reses anytime soon.
Absolutely not. We do have a little bit of information here on the side. Last remember of SSG is actually hiding away in the tower itself. You can take a look on the map right there. It's going to be on the left side, potentially just exiting and kind of making a run for the hills, potentially towards one of the extracts. So SSG left with a solo. Team ZywOo versus Team Alliance will be our last remaining 3v3 if this one does happen. ZywOo with the arm in hand. Can he make something happen with an opening pick?
Big moment here for ZywOo and co. Potentially wipe this lobby. Potentially it's a possibility at the very least that they could go huge here and wipe Alliance. Now, Alliance is going to be at the top of the leaderboard no matter what, folks, because they got the Mantle Brick. But with Alliance off the map, and potentially even SSG wiped here, ZywOo's team could pick up a crazy amount of loot. You can see airdrop has landed too, so that airdrop is on the map.
2 of them.
Yeah, there's a couple airdrops on the map that you could go loot if you win these engagements.
Can't believe none of our teams have actually opted to go ahead and loot that yet. So Brackish just played out a little weird here. Yeah, still this remaining 3v3 and a shot from ZywOo right there from the player that's going to be retreating. He's just going to barely miss. And now that team has full information. Again, remember when I kind of brought up the point? If you get armed at, you probably know who's shooting at you. The Alliance are going to be feeling the pressure of Team ZywOo right there. And uh-oh, I think Sirius has finally sniffed out too easy. But I feel like the lack of noise that he's going to be making right now, while the sonar scan is going to be going off, is going to... Oh, no.
Oh,
the stun through the wall. The stun to the wall. You got the hit marker. The information kind of comes in. So, great work on the side of Team ZywOo right there to be fully aware of the situation. That's going to be ZywOo picking up the kill, by the way.
It's time, folks. ZywOo finds the kill with the help of his teammates. That's a big kill for him, and excited about it. We're going to do the giveaway. He's letting us know it's time to do the giveaway. He just got a kill. Everybody get your typing fingers ready. It's going to be live for 2 minutes. Game's not over. Alliance is still on the map. It is time to type in just ZywOo's name. Nice and simple. ZywOo in the chat. Hype him up. Getting the kill in a pro scrim like this in our show match today. Type in ZywOo in the chat. If you type it in correctly with the right O capitalized, maybe that'll help you in the giveaway. Just kidding, not really. Get as close as you can. ZywOo, type it into the chat right now. Gonna be live for about 2 minutes. Quick reminder, by the way, you need to make sure that you turn off the setting block whispers from strangers. Our moderators are trying to DM you so that you can be a winner and we can give you your rewards, Delta tickets, battle passes, all of those things. Make sure you turn off that setting. If you might have one, if you have that setting active and we can't DM you. So big move to make sure you turn that off. Our moderators will help you figure out how to do that if you type into the chat and help it out. But just type in ZywOo and we'll get you your rewards and I'll tell you when to stop. Thanks.
Hopefully all of the unclaimed rewards make their way towards me. I would appreciate that. But yeah, guys, turn off that setting. Make sure you kind of receive those whispers and take a look at the Brackish Tower here. 3v3 yet to kind of go down here. Alliance versus Team ZywOo. The scary thing for Team ZywOo is that obviously Alliance can kind of just hold all of the exits pretty confidently. You can see Lynx and Grind are kind of holding 2 separate exits. But Easy, I think, is going to be finally running towards some of those airdrops, kind of checking out what he is able to go ahead and loot over there. And yeah, I mean, Alliance, obviously we know they've already decoded the mana brick, but they're also going to potentially pick up both of these airdrops now for sure. This is going to be a great round for the side of Alliance.
Yeah, okay, a couple quick things we can note, especially with those airdrops down. Alliance having a banger map like you mentioned. Technically, you could see ZywOo's team. They were able to loot SSG. You could see them send one player out via the dog tag extraction at the top of the Tower of Babel. So their team's not going to be totally held on extracting out of this map. So that's an option, the tower top 4 extraction. You can see that next to the map. And then they can, I think they'll probably try to stack. Maybe, honestly, it should be ZywOo that probably leaves, given the amount of loot that he has on him with just the red gear that he's bringing in. Maybe stack him to the 9s with all the loot that you can. Leave the other 2 players on the map to play spoiler and try to win some of these fights. Alliance going to hold you. It looks like maybe they're thinking about that, but we'll see.
It was actually smart from Easy right there as well. I didn't even realize it myself. There was only like 4 minutes left in the match. So actually ran away initially just to go to the museum to actually pull the extract. And now we're going to be getting a quick look at what he's going to be able to get out of this first airdrop. Just a bunch of loot, couple of golds, couple of reds as well. It's going to help out the economy there. Gold bar, pocket watch. That's going to be great. And it's just going to be the same story here for the other 2 remaining members of Alliance. They're trying to go ahead and find Team ZywOo. They're trying to pick up these kills because, again, we do remember how valuable these kills can be. Not to mention how valuable ZywOo himself is, carrying around all of this red armor and the And I actually expected Easy to go for the second airdrop, but he's actually looking like he's going to be running towards the tower. But you kind of called it out. Listen, Team ZywOo, they do have access to an extract of their own. They can only use it one time if they have the, the dog tags to go ahead and have access to it. And yeah, I would imagine that it's going to be ZywOo taking that one just to kind of play for that denial of the loot. But I think he's actually down. Maybe he's going to be looking for a fight.
Maybe he's the most kitted, so they think he could take some wins. I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know what the strat is, but I'd love to see these guys thinking. I mean, again, we know more info than they do. Now, they know they've been in a lot of fights. They know that they've seen firsthand Alliance, who's still alive. They've also seen FLC and SSG still alive. We do see Sirius get out of the map for ZywOo's roster on the other side of the map, so nice job there. Or sorry, at the top of the tower, it looks like, if I'm not mistaken. So it does look like they did follow kind of our orders, but it's not going to be ZywOo, so this red armor is still on the map in theory, but they may be just looting up for their safe boxes.
Yeah, ZywOo probably not too concerned with his personal economy here. Maybe if he doesn't extract, he's going to just kind of be able to re-kit up. Because again, giving him a little bit of an advantage when going up against all of these pros in terms of the gear that he does have access to. ZywOo, Raid Bull trying to go ahead and finish things out here on Brackish by just looting the remains of the tower. As we can see, taking a look at the map, Easy is still trying to go ahead and take a look towards the tower. And I just actually saw right there, you see Lynx is actually going to be picking up those wooden sculptures. I would have thought that Team Gotaga, who were the ones that initially picked it up, would have kept those things safe in a safe box potentially. Not entirely sure how he ended up picking those up, but looks like Team Alliance is going to have all 3 members extract. They're going to extract with a mana brick, one of the airdrops looted, and obviously all the loot they were able to pick up, and all those kills as well.
Quick note, by the way, if you haven't already, our winners have already been selected. Thanks for typing ZywOo's name in the chat. He's been having a fantastic time the last couple of days playing Delta Force at a really high level, especially competing against teams like this. So no more spam, no more ZywOo's name. Our winners have been selected. Moderators have probably told you that already, but just wanted to remind you of that. And a big shout out to Team Alliance here. Like you mentioned, all extracting, all getting out. This is a huge boon for them on the overall leaderboard, as it does look like the last couple of remaining players of ZywOo's team trying to stack their safe boxes with whatever they could find in the final second or two. Doesn't find too much, but still a great map for both ZywOo's team and Alliance, as they find themselves the only 2 teams with a player extracted. And a reminder, I know it feels like ages ago, Alliance just picked up the mantle brick in round 2, folks. They're already on match point. By the time we get to the 4th round, you let Alliance get another brick, we're done. Crazy stuff. Well done from Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of cool to see how Brackish played out. And I was really excited to just see the difference in feel of the biggest rule change that me and Goose have been talking about. 3 seconds used to be how long it would take to steal the mana brick from the decoding station. And now, of course, only takes 1 second. We get to see it at all, man. It didn't get stolen a single time. Just complete and utter domination from the side of Alliance. They had so much control over the map. After, remember, Faze kind of hand-delivered that mana break right into the trap that they were kind of setting up over there. So just a well-played Brackish from Team Alliance.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's take a look back on the replays highlights from that last map. There were plenty of them. Again, this format is driving a lot more action, and it's very quick. The only time we didn't see a lot of action is once Alliance threw the mantle brick into the decoding station. It was so far away from some of these teams. They pick up Faze in transition. Remember, Faze invest a Tempest on this map, and they get kind of punished for it. They go for the grab, they get the mantle brick, and they run way out here to the boonies, the outside of the map, to go for a decoding station that not a lot of people go for. Alliance is already there. This is the side of the map Alliance spawned on. They pick up the mantle brick, they pick up the kills on Faze, and they plant that brick. Once they plant that brick, the only teams that even move towards it is going to be Spacestation Gaming, but ZywOo's team was nearby, and FLC was nearby, so they get caught in a fight before anybody can even steal the brick. All the meantime, Alliance has wiped 2 full teams off the map, get the mantle brick for free, and they all extract. You couldn't have written up a better game for Alliance, but even still, ZywOo's team does get the better of SSG and FLC in a third-party fight. They stay alive. They also get 1 player out at the top of the map. The other 2 players just load up their safe boxes. So a fun map too. I'm liking the way this is playing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, the competitive scene for me, it always kind of hurts because it's like, oh yes, we got that first mana brick in, but then we do go ahead and slow things down once more when we do jump into the next match. Match number 3 will not feature a mana brick. Again, it'll be kind of play out like we saw on Zero Dam, with just access to a bunch of loot on the map and some of those airdrops. And we'll be going to Tide Prison then.
That's right. Tide Prison's up next, folks. Another eco round, another chance for some of our teams to get a lot more resources going into what could even be the last map of the day. We'll talk a lot more about that. We'll take a look at our leaderboard and get into Tide Prison in just a moment. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we got a lot of info for you and also some more giveaways. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèle à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on 2 things: operators and Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me. 말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic Siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and a color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. And at the same time, within the finer details, we wove in Delta Force identity. The wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model, using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations. We achieved effect of refractor patterns appearing to exist deep inside eyes.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
All right, folks, we are back with a Time to Rise show match here. Pro scrims featuring ZywOo. We've got 5 pro teams, and then ZywOo squad joining the ranks with a little bit of an advantage, and it has been fun to see what they're able to do with that advantage. Red tier items, gear, they've got the they're able to use. It's chaos out here, but one thing for certain that we know, Vivid, is that Alliance is going to be the team at the top of the leaderboard as they got the very first mantle brick.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be feeling super, super good. And one of the things that me and Goose were kind of talking about throughout the entirety of that brackish map was obviously they were to pick up so many of the kills. They obviously have a giant lead in terms of the leaderboard because of the mana brick they were able to pick up. But it feels like the momentum is also gigantically in their favor. Obviously, the resources, the leaderboard, it looks very, very good. But we also saw them towards the end of brackish kind of pick up those wooden sculptures. And I think me and Goose were kind of talking, hey, listen, it's important for us to go ahead and talk about this thing. So I'm going to go ahead and explain them very, very quickly before we do go ahead and take a look at the scores. So the wooden sculptures, they pretty much can pick them up from some of the flagship tacks that are around some of our maps, and they can also get them from some of the bosses that are on some of our maps. Obviously, on the map of brackish, it was all about taking out the helicopter. So they were able to go ahead and pick up 2 of the wooden sculptures. Now, here's something they need to understand about Delta Force Operations Competitive is that you can actually only exchange for golden armor, helmet, and armor one singular time. So you can't kind of continuously buy them. But in order to buy them now, it used to be a resources thing, like alloys thing. Now it's for an exchange with these wooden sculptures. Again, you can only do it one time. So one of the sculptures will net you a helmet, a golden helmet, and 3 helmet exchange vouchers. Or you can go ahead and use both of those sculptures, 2 of them, to go ahead and buy the vest and 4 vest exchange vouchers. Each of those vouchers, by the way, are just pretty much worth 100K each. So it's a great, change in terms of the access to armor that you have, because they could potentially decide when they want to go ahead and bring in some of this golden armor. They already have a mana brick. Why not do it in match number 4, which will be in just a little bit? And they also just get a lot of alloy from it. So those wooden sculptures are just worth a ton. Wanted to go ahead and remind everybody at home.
W. Thanks, Vivid, for the breakdown. Really important when you see those wooden sculptures. We'll continue to remind you when you see them on the side. They pop up in the overlay. They're important. But we got to take a look at the scores from the last game because things have gotten extremely mixy. But of course, we know that Alliance is at the top of the leaderboard. Not only are they at the top of the leaderboard in terms of the fact that they got the mantle brick, they're also at the top of the leaderboard in total squad points from that round. They pick up 6 kills. I told you, they full wiped 2 teams, man. That is so much value that they're able to get in total asset categories. And you got to remember that they also all extracted. So this is a monumental gain from them of 11.5 million from Alliance, picking up 6 kills. That is a ton of points. It's a total of 11 points added to their leaderboard. Alliance is in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of great to see how well they're doing. Obviously, we know Team ZywOo is absolutely going crazy in terms of the assets game after game because of, we know, a little bit of a gear advantage that they do have. Shout out to SSG, by the way, for kind of keeping themselves in contention. Now, taking a look at the overall Squad points all the way to the right, they no longer matter because the Mantle Brick column has Alliance shooting themselves all the way up towards the top. Now, obviously, the squad points do kind of matter because it is the metric used for tiebreakers when it comes down to, you know, your equal and mana brick. So when you take a look at like Team ZywOo and Team SSG, they both have 0 mana brick. So we have to resort to the squad points as the tiebreaker between those teams, two teams individually, and so forth amongst all the other teams. So 22 points is going to put Team ZywOo in 2nd place. SSG going to be in 3rd place with their squad points. But again, having those mana bricks, you're kind of in a whole different category on the leaderboard. In Alliance, they're feeling good right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a fantastic leaderboard option. We knew that Team ZywOo is basically going to be winning tiebreakers throughout the course of the day because of the extra gear that they're given. But the fact that Alliance is not too far behind, Spacestation Gaming, even after getting wiped in that last map, not too far behind, is a good omen for them. Even FLC's at 11. Now, Team Gotaga, Team FLC Clan, still got a lot of work to do. But I want to go ahead and remind you folks, at the end of the day, squad points are the tiebreaker. Mantle bricks are the main delineator. So you see Team Gotaga pick up this next mantle brick in round 4, and all of a sudden they're going to be near the top of the leaderboard, up there tied with Alliance. So that's the fun part of this competition, is no matter how far you get down on the leaderboard, if you get a mantle break, you leapfrog everybody. But going into the next round, we're in tied prison. We're an airdrop only. We've got some missions you can do. We'll talk about it. This is another economy round to prepare for the last, what could be either 1 or 4 other rounds that will all have mantle bricks. So you need to be kitted to the 9s going into the mantle brick rounds, and this is a very important one as we go into another eco round. Usually we expect these to go slower. For what we saw in Zero Dam, it's going to go a lot faster. Here's a look at all the operators that have been used and which ones are still available. If you see them grayed out, they've already been used twice, and if you see them with 1 dash down, that means they've been used once. So you can see, for instance, Team Gotaga has already used a Tempest, and so has Team Faze, and so both of those players, or teams rather, will only be able to use Tempest 1 more time unless we go the distance. Worth mentioning here, Vivid, as well, already seeing Morse being used very quickly in this competition. We already see 2 Morses used in our brackish round. Was that expected from you? Morse pretty strong in the current meta of esports?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be pretty strong. Wouldn't be surprised to kind of, again, see it come out in some of these maps where there's going to be like continuous fighting, or you need a little bit of information for some of our teams to be found. We didn't necessarily see it find a lot of value outside of the fact that, you know, Team ZywOo was able to find that solo with the stun through the wall. But yeah, you did go ahead and mention, obviously, some of the grayed out operators here. We are going to be seeing for Team ZywOo, D-Wolf is going to be down. He has pretty much exclusively played D-Wolf, not only today in our first 2 games, but also yesterday when he was on the stage. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how he adjusts and what operator he opts to kind of jump onto next, and kind of that being the conversation, what everybody that's going to be in the server, what are they going to pick? What are they feeling confident on when it comes to tied prison? In the past, Goj, we have seen pretty much 2 operators almost exclusively, by the way, and that's going to be Hackclaw and Nox, because tied prison, it just brings out the sneaky aspect in people. They just have the desire to want to go ahead and crouch around the entirety of this map. And let's go ahead and take a look at some of the loadouts and some of the operators. Again, a ton of Noxes and a ton of Hackclaws. No surprise there.
Yeah, this is a fun look across the board. Again, this is one of those maps, like you mentioned, it's nice and slow. Usually people play corners, they play slow, they play for these kind of like sneaky flanks that you can see somebody like Killzall do from Spacestation Gaming on a Nox, and even Hackclaw. So I think it's a good call out from you. Small differences, of course, in gear. A lot of folks not electing to bring any super high value gear just because it's an eco round. Even seeing a couple people not even elect to bring in a helmet, just wearing a baseball cap because they need to. But in general, everybody looking to get their money up. Let's see what they're able to do here, Vivid.
Feel like one of our early fights here probably going to involve Team ZywOo. And actually, as I say that, usually we do see an early fight towards the south of the map right here between these 2 teams. This time it would have been between Team ZywOo and Team FLC just because of how the spawns kind of worked out. But Team FLC, they actually went ahead and opted to kind of go a different route than we are potentially used to. And yeah, I mean, we already kind of saw the operator breakdown. None of these teams are probably going to be feeling too confident in taking 3v3 head-to-heads. They're going to be trying to play just a very slow game. And for everybody at home, you know, we were kind of talking about some of those wooden sculptures. Well, how do you go ahead and pick them up on a map like Tide Prison? The map boss, both Operation Starslayer and Operation Raven Hunter, will go ahead and drop those sculptures. And it looks like there's about 3 minutes and 30 seconds before those do go live. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that timer. But for the meantime, it's just going to be all about trying to loot up and see if you can pick up some of the reds.
Definitely worth getting. Loot value. Again, tiebreaker. And we need to get our money up for a lot of our teams. But for ZywOo and Co., slow and steady right now. Again, that's something else worth mentioning. You can see them using these key cards. You're like, hey, in pubs, I don't have that key card, or I don't have enough money to buy that key card. See Sirius pulling. Nice 383k red item there. In esports, we're giving all players the accessibility to go through any doorway with key cards. So they get those key cards before the competition so that they can go everywhere on the map and are not limited in any way. This is one way to find some nice value.
I think one of the main things here for somebody like ZywOo, again, he's kind of mentioned, hey, listen, he loves Delta Force, but he can't play it as much as he... Oh my gosh, hold up. Hold that thought. Team Gotaga. Whoa! 2 mil robot cleaner right there. That's a great find, man. Put that into 3x3 for sure. That's going to help them now in SSG, actually, as that's kind of happening somewhere else on the map. An early engagement right now against FLC. I think they actually had them pinched from 2 separate doorways, but they're going to actually opt to go ahead and back up. And again, there's just not a ton of like front-facing util that you can kind of use on these operators when they opt for like a Nox and a Hackla. You kind of just are playing the sneaky game, trying to kind of make something happen. We do see a lot of Morses as well and a lot of Gizmos. Obviously, the teams that are kind of picking Gizmo are picking Gizmo because they want to play a little bit more defensive. They want to have the capability to kind of throw down some of the smokes and kind of get some of the information defensively with the spiders and such. But yeah, just not a lot of offensive power outside. I mean, yeah, you pop the Nox ult, sure, you know, they don't know where you're coming from, but I mean, come on, these are pro players. Obviously, they know pretty much every which way that you can kind of approach them through some of these doorways and some of these alleyways. So just makes it super, super hard for any of our teams to actually take a 3v3, you know, kind of straight up. They're just kind of playing for the third party. But if nobody ever 3v3s, who's there going to be their third party?
Yeah, one thing, as you see, look, Nox is going crazy, by the way. Look at Gotaga's team go, man. They are. Boy. If you're a Gotaga fan, you are cheering right now. This is exactly the luck you needed. We've got to pay attention to some of these fights, but at the same time, Team Gotaga is looting to their heart's desires. They've picked up so much value. If you look to the left-hand side, if you're watching this, maybe you got the Gotaga watch party on right now. This is a really important moment for this roster in particular. You got to remember how far down they were on the leaderboard. Look on the left. Look at profits from this map. They are far and above everybody else because of the reds that they're pulling. They're at 3 million overall just on this map alone. So nice value add so they can prepare for the next maps accordingly and make sure they've got enough loot to actually be playing for mana bricks. But of course, the fight that is going to go on for quite a long time. This is the way Tide Prison plays. It's much slower. There's so many corners. There's bulletproof glass. There's windows you can find each other in. Really slow engagements. The only thing that can make this thing kind of kick off with a bang like a firework is if a third party comes up into the mix. That'll be the signal there for everybody to get moving quickly.
They kind of see that towards the top of the screen. Those contracts did become available, but doesn't seem like anybody was actually kind of just waiting for it to spawn to go ahead and pick one of those up. I mean, even in some of like the pub games that we play on Tide Prison, it's usually like instantly picked up. So pros are opting to kind of play a little bit differently. I would have actually thought the team ZywOo, the access that they kind of had early on, were going to be the ones to kind of get early access to that contract, but not going to be necessarily happening. And you guys can kind of see as well, 2 minutes until the airdrop prepares. That's the timer for it to start falling from the sky, not for when it does land. So a couple of minutes before maybe the airdrop kind of incentivizes some movement around the map.
Yeah, the other thing worth mentioning is that the way you get the on this map is actually not through... This first airdrop is actually going to be just red loot. The is actually picked up through the GTI supply mission, which is a specialty mission. You have to go, you know, break open the safes with C4, etc. And that mission will be the way you get the extra details, as ZywOo was showing us one of the coolest dang skins in the game for these weapons on main while we're looking at the map. So we'll keep eyes out if any of these teams go for the GTI supply mission. Also, take a look at the top right-hand corner of the map. It does look like Spacestation Gaming and Gotaga's team may be getting into an interaction soon. Again, Killzaw's playing Nox, so it does make sense that Killzaw's playing a little bit separated from his teammates. May need to swamp over there here shortly. Depending on that engagement, they're probably still staring at each other and taking this nice and slow, but these two teams could be throwing bullets down here shortly.
It does start to get a little crazy towards the end of it as well, and competitive side of things. And yeah, this is the exact fight that you were kind of talking about. SSG potentially versus Team Gotaga here. And SSG Sky is going to be laying down right there. He's going to find the drop shot, but Too Easy is going to quickly trade. That's going to be Max going down and Too Easy on the other side of things. But Nox from the side of Team Gotaga is going to be making things very, very easy for them. And they're going to be not full wiping the team of SSG, as you can see. Killzaw, you mentioned it. He was kind of separated. So the duo just fall very, very quickly to the firepower of the full squad of Team Gotaga. But now FLC, they hear the shots kind of start to pop off, and now they're starting to get interested. And they can find where this went down.
They want a third party. They're expecting that both teams are weak, and unfortunately for them, Team Gotaga is going to be extremely healthy if they sprint into this a little too aggressively. You do have Kobe on the knock, so could go in quietly and look for an early pick to hopefully help out your team here. But if Kobe goes zipping through these hallways too quickly, it could be detrimental for FLC. Team Gotaga having a huge swing in momentum in this competition when they desperately needed it. Those 2 kills alone are going to be 1.6 mil in technic alloy that they've earned. That's how important these kills are, let alone that they're just a single point each in general because of our kill points and the way everything is calculated. So big moment. FLC getting mixy here. Team Gotaga checking every corner, making sure they know what all of their exit strategies could be based on this 3v3. But Salala gonna get a little greedy here and loot Too Easy on the other side. Maybe just greedy enough.
I think we did kind of get a quick glimpse at what some of those bodies were looking like for the side of SSG. I did see a baseball cap, so not fully geared. Not going to be a lot of kind of value to be picked up there because SSG, again, one of those eco rounds. When it is the eco rounds, our teams do kind of usually opt to not necessarily bring in the most expensive stuff because they are trying to build up a little bit of a bank. But FLC right now, they're going to be seeing the Nox ult kind of come out, and that's going to be the Gizmo ult kind of dropped to try to go ahead and counter this. But I think Max is actually playing this very, very well. He's actually going on the long flank. He went all the way around to the other side of the staircase right now. And if he gets access to this 3rd floor and can look down this hallway, it's actually double Nox, by the way, for Team Gotaga. So this flank can come in from 2 members, but you can see Saloa. I think he's actually holding this angle right now.
From the X-ray, it's hard to tell. I think they're pointed this direction, but Alliance is down below as well. There's so much happening all at once of all these teams trying to get intel on each other. Gotaga's roster looking quite strong this map. And in the meantime, what is Faze doing? They're looting, baby. Yet again, Faze is gone for the airdrops, and they get them. Some nice reds to add to their totals. Going to bump up their value to 1.2 currently. You can see that ZywOo's team's not too far away, holding their exit strategy from the airdrop over towards the Wardens. But for Faze, it's a waiting game. And for our other teams, a lot of the same. SSG fully down to a solo at this point.
We did see, though,
everybody patient.
The duo Nox for the team of Gotaga. It's kind of funny. Everybody in the Delta Force scene hopefully knows Poach. If you guys don't, go check him out. Great content creator. He kind of coins the biggest counter to Nox. He says it's doors. And for right now, for the team of Gotaga, they're both just sitting behind a door because they know, obviously, the element of surprise for Nox that's so great is that you can't hear his footsteps, but you have to open doors, and opening doors just makes noise. So as you can see right here, they're kind of just staring at a doorway. As soon as they open this, they know they're going to be here, but oh my gosh, Hello is kind of getting a little bit close right now, and I feel like Max had just kind of pinged that to be like, hey, listen, we might be opening this very, very soon, but opts to not to. But again, yeah, this is like the biggest counter right here. You just kind of close the doors all around you because, again, if the Noxes want to make their way to you, they have to open the doorways. They have to make some sort of noise.
And I know you all have been used to the oh my goodness. Kobe does not. Oh, he's gonna go for it.
So the disc.
Kobe doesn't know he's.
Oh,
the
no.
No. It's a blender. The disc hits the rail and it hits Maxa back in the face. They've breached and cleared into the next room. But FLC knew they were here and they're on the other side. In the meantime, ZywOo getting flanked as well by Faze, who have come in for a wrap after getting the airdrop. ZywOo 100% knows that they're there, especially with the extra intel running Morse. But this is nuts. They're trying to do missions at the same time as fight their opponents. Oh no, ZywOo! DioGod just finds the angle and rips ZywOo down with some headshots over the top. Now it's going to be a 3v2, but there's the Warden's in the way. There's smokes in the way. It's chaos, baby. And we're killing the Warden just to make sure that we don't get gunned down ourselves. This is ridiculous. In the meantime, off-screen, FLC is fighting Alliance out of nowhere. Now on main, Team Gotaga in trouble. Everybody fighting at the same time. This is unbelievable, but FLC's found the angle onto Nox. Team Gotaga in deep trouble now, down to a solo. One on red timer, the other on yellow. FLC on a tear.
Yeah, this is a third-party attempt from the team of Alliance, and they were actually caught out, so great awareness over there. But Sirius is actually going to find the return onto DioGod right there, and they're actually going to be finding that full kill as well. Elsnow's trying to go ahead and back up, but the drop shot does come in. That's going to be Raid Bull finding that drop as well. But on the other side of things, Sadoko finds Sirius, and now it's going to be a 2v1. ZywOo and Raid Bull are going to be up right now. ZywOo is trying to go ahead and find where the last remaining member of the Faze squad went. I think he does have the information, but he does close the doors behind him where you would kind of expect that he would actually want to go to kind of lock things down. And yeah, he does just that. So he kind of regains, joins his teammate over here in this room. And yeah, now we kind of take a look at what's going on over here. Alliance, the duo, they actually found 2 members of Team FLC. Remember, this was a fight between FLC, Team Gotaga, and Alliance. As you can see on the left side of your screen, Gotaga and FLC, they're both left to a solo. And Alliance still has the duo live with a potential for a res here as well. So they have undoubtedly kind of won out on the trades here.
This is nuts. So many fights happening at the exact same time, but a great summary there from you, Vivid. FLC, I felt like they had a huge advantage in these engagements, but I think that it was just a third and fourth party all at the same time that a lot of folks lost their lives. So you can see it on the left-hand side, and now you can see it on the right with the map, where everybody's located. Faze and ZywOo's team. ZywOo's team, by the way, got a full res. So everybody's back on their feet for ZywOo, down at the bottom of the map. And Faze are working on getting their solo, I guess, out of here. He's not going to be engaging with ZywOo's full team of 3, and I think this is the smart play. But on the right, it's still an utter cluster on the top right-hand corner of the map, as all these teams are layer-caked on top of each other. And there's only 3.5 minutes left on the map, by the way. FLC get full wiped. Alliance do find the angle, and the last remaining member of FLC, this Kobe, down. And with that, Alliance now have a nice advantage. All 3 up. And Gotaga's team also down to a solo. So what do? We look towards ZywOo's team, who's coming over here. They hear the shots fired, and they want to get into the mix as well.
Check your map.
Lynx is trying to go ahead and cause some sort of noise to go ahead and push Team ZywOo into his crosshairs right here, and that's going to just happen right in front of him as Raid Bull is forced to go ahead and hit the drop shot, but the angle is not fully found for Lynx. And take a look at this, a giant flank from Easy. This is the same team, by the way. He's not going to be finding 1. He's going to be finding 2. That's going to be ZywOo and Raid Bull down. And now Sirius is going to be left to try to make something happen. Grind is trying to find them, but he has no idea that he's kind of laying down in this watchtower over here for Team ZywOo. Sirius just trying to kind of make something happen, waiting for his timing, but Alliance, surely you guys check this, and oh my gosh, the hack wall is going to make it so much easier as Sirius does go ahead and peek his head up, and Easy is going to be taking him out. That's going to be a full clear on the back foot of an incredible flank. Those double Noxes, they are scary to deal with.
And again, that's what we talk about with Tide Prison. This map can be so interesting with the way it plays. It's so different from every other map for that reason. There's so many corners, so many doorways, so many alleyways. If you can make the right flank at the right time with Nox, it's the reason why everybody runs Nox Hatclaw on this map. A perfect flank from Easy picks up a full team of 3. Extremely kitted. ZywOo squad goes down, just not expecting that angle when they felt like they had a handle on the team fight. And with that, Alliance looking like the strongest team on the map by far. Full team of 3 with a ton of loot. And they got the Mantle Brick last round. They're going to head to try to extract potentially. We are running out of daylight. Those feels like we just got started in Tide Prison, Vivid, and we only have 70 seconds left. So we'll see what they're able to do and who's able to get out, if anybody. But by the way, off screen, while we were paying attention to all these fights, you do see that Team Gotaga, they did get their solo out. So one player did get out from that roster, which is good news if you're Gotaga fans, because he protected a lot of that value that they found earlier in the game. Plus all of that value, or a lot of that value, was put into safe boxes as well. So they still had a pretty solid round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sudoka's trying to kind of call in some sort of an engagement. Hey, listen, guys, there's 40 seconds left. Let's fight. Let's try to make something happen on the scoreboard or the value of our alloys. But I think he potentially does hear the enemy, as you can see. And yeah, he's potentially regretting that very, very soon. 20 seconds left. You got to make something happen now. Does potentially try to push towards Lynx right now, but you can only imagine Easy's going to try to get active from the other door as well. This is going to be all on Lynx, right? Easy is going to wait for Lynx to kind of make something happen, and he's going to run in himself. But so much U2 is going to start flying in. Sudoku's going to have the head glitch, but all the U2 can land very, very easy from the side of Easy and Lynx. But a well-timed push from the duo there when there was only 2 seconds left. Alliance kind of exit Tide Prison with a buzzard beater kill on top of it all.
Alliance have the Mantle Brick, and they just picked up 7 kills in Tide Prison. Woo. They picked up 7, 2 full team wipes, and then that solo on Faze at the very end. What an astronomical amount of points they just gained on what was supposed to be an eco round. They're looking like they're in final form. Big congrats so far to this Alliance team. And they are going to be on match point going into round 4 as well. Because remember, if they get the next Mantle Brick, the tourney is over. This show match is done. So much still on the line, and maybe a lot more maps to be played, or maybe just one. What a fun map. Again, Tide Prison, I've said this a couple times because it's so worth remembering. We only play it once in this series. We don't play it again potentially in map 7 anymore. With the new rules, you only and always see it on map 3. And it plays so differently that all the teams are still adjusting to the way this map plays and how to play it effectively. Great flanks by Nox players, crazy big 4th and 5th party team fights. But overall, Alliance are the big winners yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that you kind of bring up the maps as a quick point there. I do want to remind everybody at home, if you were kind of tuning in yesterday where we did check out the new map, AZ3. Delta Force Competitive does play a patch, or maybe sometimes in the past has been a couple behind. We are currently playing on the Echo season, so the new map is not going to be in the mix. But, you know, in the future, it will be interesting to kind of see how things do shape up when we do get to see that new map kind of featured here today. But for now, yeah, Tide Prison is going to be the newest map kind of added, and unfortunately we do only get to see it once. And honestly, maybe some of our pro players are like, fortunately we only get to see it once, because sometimes, you know, with those Noxes and those Hatclaws, it could be very annoying.
Yeah, I think it's just a totally different playstyle. You have to play slower. You have to play more strategic. You have to check every single corner. You have to play a little scared, because Nox can peek a corner and rip your entire team to pieces if you're not careful, which is exactly what happened. Looking back on the replays, though, things started slow as per the usual. We saw SSG, FLC get into some early engagements. They back off of each other a little bit. And Team Gotaga's team, what we didn't see here is they picked up like 3 million in loot already before they got into this engagement. Then they get into this engagement. We saw this on MAME, and they take down 2 out of 3 members of SSG, a top team in this lobby, and put that SSG roster on their heels. And in the meantime, there's a fight on the south side of the map. You've got Faze, who just looted the airdrop, taking down ZywOo's team, but it actually goes the other direction. Yes, Faze get the first blood, but with the help of maybe Warden and his Shield Guardians kind of in the way, ZywOo's team get a full wipe almost on that Faze team, aside from a solo who's able to escape. So then what do? We swing back to the other engagement that's happening at the same time, going back and forth between these two fights on opposite sides of the map, because it's chaos everywhere. Everybody's fighting at the same time, but this is where Raid Bolt, Sirius, and ZywOo go crazy. They pick up several kills, and this is where then Alliance catch FLC on a rotation away from the Team Gotaga fight that they just engaged with, which allows Alliance to get the better of their opponents, and then Easy finds the craziest flank on this roster of ZywOo, picks up a full team wipe, and they get the kill in the final second against Faze. Talk about a banger map. Front to back, a wild one, but Alliance stand extremely tall after map 3.
Yeah, the summary there doing it justice. Thank you, Ghost. And by the way, like all of that action pretty much happened in what felt like, like 5 minutes. So everything started popping off very, very quickly on Tide Prison. But I know what's coming up next. I know everybody home is going to be excited. Man, we're going back to the Mana Brick, Ghost. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. Before we head to a very quick break, guess what, folks? It's time for another giveaway. This giveaway will run the length of this break. You can spam the chat with the keyword. Let's do Alliance this time around. Alliance has earned it. That's going to be our keyword today, Alliance. They are in the lead currently. Can they close it out in 4? Type in Alliance. Celebrate one of our orgs that has joined us here for the Rise series. And of course, today for our Time to Rise show match, type in Alliance for your chance to enter into the giveaway. We'll end that giveaway. You will stop spamming when we come back from this break. We'll be right back in just a moment with our leaderboard updates and what could be the last map of the day, depending on what Alliance can do. See you in just a second.
Time waits for no one. I was once lost in the fires of war, surrounded by ruin and fracture. Only in hindsight did I realize everything reaches its destined end. Every moment that has passed is a relic worth keeping.
We've received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
We're running blind on intel for the AO, but this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in Fusion Research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Security alert. Hydrogen explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS Scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Welcome back to the Time to Rise Showmatch here with ZywOo and taking a look at our Game 3 results, folks. That is your key to stop spamming the chat. Congratulations to our winners, but also congratulations to Alliance. My goodness, Vivid, a banger eco round. We are on Tide Prison, and they pick up 9 squad points from that rep. That is insane to see.
Yeah, an incredible effort there from Alliance. Obviously, went ahead and won the map in terms of, you know, the leaderboard. They're doing great. Squad points +9. They're going to be pretty happy with that. In terms of winning, in terms of, you know, how much economy you're able to build up in the bank game, it's going to be Team Gotaga. They were actually able to pick up 6.6 billion there. And to boot as well, 6 squad points of their own. That's going to be a back foot of that giant red that we kind of saw get picked up, that robot cleaner there. And as you can take a look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, I think this is actually the first time we have seen Team ZywOo in the negative. It's going to be minus 3.4 million for the team there. Again, they are kind of just losing so much more gear than the rest of our teams because ZywOo is just kitted out. But taking a look at the overall leaderboard right now, Team Alliance. Obviously, they're in first place because they have that mana brick, but they have a pretty good lead with the squad points as well. Obviously, Team ZywOo is very, very close behind them because of the assets and the gear and everything like that. But SSG with 16, they're 9 points trailing.
Yeah, this is kind of a wild leaderboard to take a look at going into the 4th round because Alliance, you don't oftentimes see the team that has the mana brick also has the most squad points based on the amount of assets and the amount of kills that they've gotten. But look at the kills category in general. I mean, my goodness, Alliance has 15 kills through 3 maps. That is a ridiculous 5 kill average per map over the last 3, which is far beyond anybody else. Spacestation Gaming also have 10 double digits there, and they're still well within striking distance. But even for somebody like FaZe Clan, man, it only takes 1 mana brick to jump you all the way to the top of the leaderboard potentially and be able to at least play for a win. And we've got a lot on the line for you all at home with all of our giveaways. These are technically scrims, but everybody's having a dang good time, and ZywOo's team is balling out as well. But we are turning our eyes towards the rest of this competition, which will be mostly, if not entirely, played on Space City only. 4, 5, and 6. 3 rounds for Alliance to get a second brick and win this competition, or potentially somebody like Spacestation Gaming pick up the mana break in round 4 and then again in round 5 and close it out here as well. But you never know. Maybe even ZywOo's team picks up the first mana break here on Space City and could hopefully play for a tiebreaker win if we go the distance. Looking at our operators though, Vivid, any key callouts? We're seeing a lot of Raptors already off the map, and it does look like one of our teams also has already used their Morse twice.
Yep, no surprise there. Kind of everything being pretty standard, I would imagine. As we jump over to Space City, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of Tempest, a lot of potentially like Stinger or Vlinder as the smoke operators there, potentially Luna or Alluru. But outside of that, man, that's usually kind of like the bulk of what we do see on Space City, especially in some of these early rounds of Space City. Again, we're going to be seeing, you know, if we do not have somebody pick up 2 mana breaks, Space City does go for the length of match 4, 5, and 6. And we usually see the Tempest come out pretty early because they want to obviously invest that operator that they feel like is so strong early on to give them the best chance to win the competition, of course. But yeah, I feel like we're going to see the Tempest coming out early, coming out swinging, and hopefully we see some of the other teams outside of Alliance come out swinging as well, because if they are unable to deny Alliance from capturing a second mana brick here in just match number 4, then we're going to be done for the day, man. The competition, the pro scrim session, it's going to be over.
That's exactly right. And folks, as you see down at the bottom of your screen as we're hopping into Space City, make sure you drop a follow on all of the official esports accounts for Delta Force. Again, we've got a lot of official accounts. We got a lot of official esports accounts. You can see that tag down below. Go drop a follow on socials and their live streams as well, because we are live streaming on like 10 different channels to showcase what these pro scrims have to offer, and of course what ZywOo is able to do on the map. You got more giveaways coming your way if ZywOo's team pick up more kills or after this round as well. So keep your ears peeled and your eyes looking at that chat for our moderator to let you know that those giveaways are live. We're having a lot of fun today. This is just the beginning. This is the first time we're showcasing the newest rule set here for the Rise series before it even kicks off, and we've got more coming this week and next as well. But let's stay with this competition. Let's move into Space City. Let's see who gets tier 1 spawns. Alliance gets a tier 1 spawn. They sprint through Westgate, and they're going to be joined by Spacestation Gaming on the other side. Look at where Alliance and Spacestation Gaming are. Look at where the Mantle Brick spawns. Dead center of the map. Alliance are going to get there first. Spacestation Gaming should meet them. Could be a bang out with a couple teams all sprinting for this first fight. And it does look like, yet again, Team Gotaga getting real lucky with their Red Bulls.
This is going to be a crazy head-to-head to kick things off here, but I did also see Team Faze from Central Command. They actually got across the bridge early on, so they're also going to be kind of a third team in the mix. You can see them just off in the distance, very, very close here to Team Alliance. That being said, Team Alliance actually do not have a Tempest, and neither do Faze. So kind of picking up that initial Mando Brick might be quite difficult. Now, you did kind of mention that third team off in the distance on the east side of the map. It was going to be Team SSG. They do have that Tempest, so they could potentially be the team that does go ahead and pick up the Mando Brick first. But in order to do that, we are going to have to, of course, wait for the ultimates to charge up here for the first time in match number 4.
That's a super interesting note to see that Alliance did not bring in their Tempest in this rep. I wonder if that's because they want to make sure that they have it for later rounds, thinking that everybody will jump for this first Mantle Brick. But even still, solid operator choices, more engineers playing more zone control. I'm able to zone off a lot of positions on this map. Quick reminder too, we said this earlier in the broadcast. One of our decoding stations, our test range that is inside, it is like in that hallway, it's super CQB, has been removed. So you will not see that decoding station on your map. Here is the Mantle Brick spawn though, out in the open. You see where Killcell's located, up above, ahead of Easy. See who goes for it first. It's a lot easier to grab it on the Tempest ult cooldown rather than just sprint in and grab it and try to run away. Using those ropes to pull you back is the classic modality for grabbing this brick early. We'll see.
I am seeing it right for Killzall. As we can see, the Tempest ult is available, but again, that initial investment is pretty scary. You don't want to overstep in any which way. While we do have the time, as our teams have kindly found themselves in a stalemate. Actually, as I say that, Faze find a great opening there on Team Gotaga. That's going to be an early pick from what feels like distance. They're going to try to go ahead and maintain the momentum right there, but off in the distance, that's going to be Team SSG picking up the Mana Brick as well. You got to imagine that was on the back foot of the Tempest ult. No surprise there. Now Killzall and co, they're going to be running to go ahead and start to decode this. They're opting for the Black Chamber location, which is one that we have seen a ton in the past.
Here we go. SSG amidst the chaos, grab the brick and immediately start the decode. Again, it is 2 Mantle Bricks to win the competition. And Mantle Bricks are our first tiebreaker, if you will, on the leaderboard. So regardless of what your point total is at, if you have a Mantle Brick, you're going to be at the top of the leaderboard. We know for a fact that if somebody besides Alliance gets this, most likely Alliance will still be winning that tiebreaker because they have so many points racked up for the last couple maps. But SSG with the early decode here would be a nice boon for them. I can't imagine we get another one for free, right?
Attention. Multiple maritime assets.
Yeah, would be crazy. I mean, obviously nobody on the map knows it, but SSG, after putting it into the station itself, have kind of just opted to leave it. And they're actually trying to wait to see if anybody does rotate through the CEO office. But, you know, obviously we have the vision here on screen. the bots are actually still alive in CEO, so nobody's actually been up there to the office itself yet. So finding a rotation through there would be pretty hard. And for the likes of Alliance, though, our team in the lead, Lynx is going to be going down.
Yeah, we got a fight between Alliance and FLC on the off angle, not even like near the mana brick at this point. They're fighting on the outskirts. SSG's got the decode going, and they're finding red items to boot, so this is a nice little value add for them. But here goes FLC trying to push the equation after finding one member of Alliance, trying to figure out where did this team go. And it looks like just off in the distance, they do get the revive. So everybody back on the Vic team. Gotaga still down one player. And Alliance is wrapping way over here onto the backside of the map.
Yeah, pretty fortunate for the likes of Alliance right there to actually have Lynx go down and not their Toxic.
Yeah.
I would imagine that the difference maker right there was that, you know, Toxic was able to go ahead and pick up the res with the faster res on a medic class. So they were able to actually reset pretty quickly. I was actually worried because it looked like FLC was able to close the gap pretty quickly, but the difference in seconds right there probably doing just that. Now FLC are kind of taking this zip line across, and a little bit of information for you guys at home. It's actually going to be Team ZywOo on the bridge as well that FLC are going to run into right now. Towards the top of your screen, by the way, 1 minute and 20 seconds left on this decode, and nobody has seemingly made any positional progress towards stopping this.
This is insane. Potentially another free brick. An opportunity for SSG to join the ranks of Alliance at the top of the leaderboard with a mana brick. In the meantime, FLC has found an angle on what looks like ZywOo's team. They're able to copy the decoding station. They'll give them a little bit of extra value, SSG, if they do. But overall, SSG, I think, are going to get this one for free. Potentially Faze contest this late. This is wild.
Minute 40 seconds left. And no, I don't think it's going to be Faze, because Faze are actually up in the CEO office. And again, they can't necessarily just push through for the side of SSG. And it's what? Skies is going to be opting to go ahead and just copy the brick. I don't think it does anything in the competitive grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it gets you a little extra cash if everybody's able to copy it. So might as well. Nobody's contesting it. Here they come. It's too late, gentlemen. 10 seconds? They're hoping for somebody else to steal it so they can make a play. Everybody's too late to the party. You got occupied by FLC hunting people down on the outskirts. Here comes everybody. Look at them on the minimap. It's 4 teams and they're all too late. SSG get the second brick for free, and we're about to see a bunch of fights break out because SSG basically have nothing to lose and everything to gain with this map right now. They're hunting down their opponents. They find the angles. Killzall almost gets punished for it, but he did have that Tempest ult out. He's able to stay alive. Gonna back off. Even still, though, SSG getting a brick for free there is bad news for the rest of the competition. SSG, one of the top teams on the map, arguably on paper the best, just because of their resume in this scene. They've played thousands of scrims at this point, and we're letting them get a brick for free to move into the next round. And it does mean that we are playing at least a 5th map. But wow, what a surprising turn of events on map number 4.
Amongst all of the chaos, by the way, we did lose a member of ZywOo's team. That's going to be Raid Boys. You can see him laying down right in front of Grind right here from Team Alliance. But by the way, on the competitive side of things for Space City, it is very, very rare that we see a successful extraction go off. So pretty much, I would not be surprised if we see every single member still left alive kind of fail to extract, maybe outside of the backpack extract. But for Grind right here from the side of Alliance, he's trying to go ahead and find the angle on the Jex, who just barely actually manages to get to safety. As SSG and Team Gotaga, they're going at it again.
Yeah, a fight brewing. Well, a fight is occurring on the other side. SSG does get wiped by Team Gotaga. Missed it on main here. We wanted to make sure that Alliance was able to get out alive on this. These two teams playing slow while off screen. Gotaga's team go huge. Take down the mana brick carriers. Those that decoded the mana brick and are able to get some nice score from that. Here's the thing to remember. SSG They know they're at the top of the leaderboard now, or at least close to Alliance, because they got the Mantle Brick. They played probably really aggressive in that fight, trying to get paid. But here comes the fight on main. FLC versus Alliance. And Alliance, unfortunately, get caught in transition, trying to back up, get shot in the back grind. Just a hair bad timing, but they are able to answer back. It's now a 2v2 as Easy's going crazy right now. Link's just holding this long angle. Easy was able to get that full-on check, so it's going to be a true 2v2.
Trying to make something happen here is going to be easy on the Shepherd. And yeah, finding this res right now, while he does have the trap down, should be pretty easy to kind of make this one come in. Especially with Links on the other side of the tunnel right now. What's going to be the response from the side of FLC? They're trying to go ahead and trade the reses here. It does sound like, and with the grenade kind of flowing out from the Luna, it's going to be enough to go ahead and hold off the push from the side of Alliance as well. But Links is trying to get a little bit of active here. But again, the utility is just going to be too strong for the side of FLC, and both teams are going to be back to full standing. But whilst all of this has kind of been happening, right above them, it's going to be Team Faze. But before all that kind of gets an opportunity to happen, Easy is going to be able to pick up three kills on the Shepherd.
Just held the angle and shoots beams, man. Easy is a hero for this Alliance roster right now. Picks up a 3-piece. Down goes FLC. SSG got wiped by Team Gotaga, and now Faze, who were too late to the party to play for the Mantle Brick, are now a little too late for this fight as well. They're just a hair too late. The plays that they're making are the right ones. They're just moving a bit too slow to gain an advantage in any of these scenarios. They're flagged right now. They're getting camera pings. They know where Alliance is at, but problem is that they don't really have an advantage in this fight anymore. It's just going to be a true 3v3 after Easy did all the hard work.
Yeah, I mean, tough break there for FLC. After the Rise kind of came in, they were trying to make a little bit of a rotate. And a Lure Rocket and a Shepherd Grenade landed at the exact same time. And it was the opening opportunity there. So Faze are starting to feel the pressure. They do go ahead and kind of switch up their position. But take a look at this. ZywOo and Sirius have made a rotate around towards this backpack extract as well, all the way on the backside of the map. We do hear some M7s kind of going off in the distance. That's because Team Gotaga is starting to join the mix here. That's going to be Maxa find it Easy on the flank.
Yeah, this is... Alliance is on a tear right now. And here's a look at... By the way, ZywOo is a bit under pressure as well. ZywOo's trying to figure out, how do I egress over to actually play for this Faze roster on the back half? He's kidded, but the problem is they lost Raid Bull earlier. So now that they're getting flagged by what looks like, I believe, a Raptor drone, he's trying to figure out, what do we want to do? How do we actually play for Faze? Especially with all this util coming over the top. I don't think Faze is going to push this super aggressively, because you can't really push this bridge. So maybe a stalemate on the left while we swing over to the other team fight that's happening, which is Alliance versus GOT. Gotaga's team, reminder, is a duo. So Alliance have another advantage here against their next potential victims.
We'll have to see if they can kind of successfully hold off the push here, but they have kind of ended up in a position where they are in a pinch. Like, Alliance is essentially in the middle of 3 teams. That being said, to kind of actually push Team Alliance, you would have to invest a lot with your own positioning. So Alliance are probably feeling pretty safe down in the tunnels. And yeah, it's going to be all up to ZywOo, I feel like, for the side of Team ZywOo here. Being a duo, you really do need to kind of find that opening pick. And what better gun to kind of have than the And throughout the day today, by the way, he's had access to that in every single game. I think we've only actually seen him land 1 shot on 0 dam. So hopefully he's able to kind of find some more opportunities here.
Well, I will say Space City is the map for the or the AWM. It is so many long sight lines. That's why smokes are so valuable for these teams. But it's also why you see folks like Nox running, not to be confused with the operator Nox, Knock running Raptor. You can get so much intel out in the open with these Raptor drones. So it's going to keep droning over the top to try to get some intel on where these players are at. But Alliance, a full team of 3. Faze, a full team of 3, still kind of staring at ZywOo's roster. And Team Gotaga, a duo right now. solid loot value. They're at 3 right now in profit. After they got the wipe off of SSG. Gotta be feeling pretty good, even though they lost 1 player. But here we go. Alliance getting really aggressive. Looking for point totals. Oh no! ZywOo gets a snipe on Faze to open up the encounter on the other side as well. It's a battle of the ages on both fights. He finds the angle to get the knock. I'm not sure if he was able to get the full or not. It does look like Faze is still crawling around, so just kind of scared him with that shot. We'll check back in if they do decide to take a full engagement, as Easy is pushed up even more aggressively towards where this team Gotaga is located.
Faze does go ahead and find the rest right there. Easy is just steps away from getting into an engagement right here with Knock. I got a question, man. Where is the duo here for the team of Gotaga? And there's going to be some util kind of flying in to try to go ahead and prevent this push from Easy. But a vault of his own, some mollies of his own, and he's going to find the angle right there. That's going to be Nox, but under the pressure, under the util, he finds the shots. Great job from Knock right there to go ahead and take out Easy. And now it's going to be a 2v2 between Team Gotaga and Team Alliance. And Maxa is trying to kind of hold off some of these pushes from all the way around from Team Alliance, and the shots are going to actually be returned from Grind, who is pretty much all the way across the map, and now the Toxical is going to find its way onto Knock. Wait for it to go ahead and tick a couple of times, and Grind finds 2.
Oh my goodness. What a play from all these players, but Alliance just getting so aggressive, and Grind able to get the wipe there. Team Gotaga down, but there's blood in the water, and Faze won it. Unfortunately, they get caught in transition. Snows is cut down by Alliance. Finally, Grind falls. Too many for him to handle. But the fights aren't over, folks. ZywOo is here. Yes, a duo, but Faze cut down to a duo as well. In an angle! He finds it! Deogod goes down. ZywOo, the goat, lands it. And now it's a 2v1, and they know they have this win in the bag right now. Yes, SSG got the mantle brick, but ZywOo's team are about to win the map. What a shot to give them an advantage. They started as a duo. Raid Bull's been dead for so long. And as long as this util doesn't do too much damage, ZywOo should be able to clean up both of these, and we'll be able to do another giveaway.
All right, here comes the double swing from Sirius and ZywOo to go ahead and pick up the kill here, and he's going to find it. That's going to be 2 kills for ZywOo, and you mentioned it. Space City is going to be all theirs for the last remaining 40 seconds. The brick is gone, but hopefully they're able to go ahead and stuff their safe boxes with whatever they can find. But a great deal of momentum potentially going into the next map here for Team ZywOo. A great shot, by the way. I feel like that arm shot, man, you don't have to hit headshots, but when you're ZywOo, why not?
What a finish. So many engagements. They just all happened after the mantle brick had been taken. SSG were one of the first teams, if not the first team, to exit this map, but they're the only team that exit this map with a mantle brick. ZywOo's team will enjoy the spoils of a couple kills, and folks, that means we've got a giveaway for you. Space City, map 4 done and dusted, and we're going at least one more map. So the giveaway, our next set of battle passes and Delta tickets are being given away to you, chat, if you type in the keyword AWM. Type it into the chat because, well, it was well earned by our man ZywOo. Great shot there to give them an advantage and then win the engagement over Faze. And because of that, we want to give away some rewards to you all. So type in AWM. This will run for the next couple minutes. I'll tell you when to stop. And let's take a look back on how this map went down and the chaos that ensued once the mana brick was grabbed.
Yeah, the chaos did ensue, but not until after the mana brick was already decoded, man. SSG, after they initially picked it up on the back foot of the Tempest ult. Again, we did not get to see the new rule set change of it taking just simply 1 second to steal the mana brick when it is already placed into the station. Take a look at the left side of your screen in this replay right now. We're at 10 minutes left. We have been on Space City for like 8 minutes, and there had been only 1 member in the entirety of the server actually taken out. And like you mentioned, in this last remaining 10 minutes, it went absolutely crazy. It was all about the bridge, right? Alliance versus FLC. They were trying to make something happen, and then the nade from Easy and the triple kill, by the way, is kind of what opened it all up.
This was such a fun fight to watch afterwards. You did see Team Gotaga get that wipe on SSG, like we mentioned. But then ZywOo was able to kind of throw down a little bit of damage towards Faze. Actually gets one knock. They get the res later. But then ZywOo's team just kind of slow plays this because the Chaos of Alliance full sending and taking down the remaining members of Gotaga's team, that allowed, yes, Faze to play more aggressive here and then come up and try to play for the last remaining members of Alliance. Like, they did a good cleanup job. But then, who's the last team to show up to the party? It's ZywOo, and it's the team that gets paid the most. ZywOo picks up one, and then they're able to double swing the last remaining member of Faze, and they have no chance. ZywOo's kitted to the nines. He's hitting his shots, and a nice finish to a wild and wacky map there on Space City. Map 4, every map has not disappointed, but map 4 in particular, a weird mantle brick play where everybody showed up too late, and that kind of forced us into a chaotic third, fourth, fifth party situation at the end of the map, everybody playing for kills, because those kills are insanely valuable. Vivid. Wow, we're at least going one more. That's all I know.
Yeah, hopefully our next one, again, we're going to be going back to Space City, if not for the next match, at least one more after that as well, and then, you know, potentially going to that decider of map number 7. But yeah, match number 5 ahead. We are going to be returning to Space City. You mentioned it. Yeah, so far how everything's kind of panned out has not been disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed in our teams though, man. I want to see them start to fight over this mana break. I kind of promised it at the start of the day, and we really just haven't seen it yet. So hopefully match number 5 delivers.
I think it certainly will. You should see Alliance probably bring in a Tempest into the next rep. They're going to be going for some steals if they don't grab it themselves, folks. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth, and this is your signal to stop spamming. Giveaway winners have been chosen. You are being contacted. Take a look at that pinned chat as well in our main Twitch channel here on the official channel. You can see that you're going to make sure that your whispers are open if you want to be a winner. But congratulations to our winners thus far. We've got more giveaways coming down the line as we get into the next map. ZywOo's team's cooking. Could they close the gap here on some of our other rosters at the top of the leaderboard and potentially get the next mantle brick and take the lead? We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll have your scores. We'll see 2 teams of the mantle brick and potentially what could be map 5 and our last game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
They once believed themselves to be eternal stars in their own worlds. Burning without restraint, expanding without order. And that chaos, they called it freedom. But all of it was nothing more than flaws in the fabric of the universe. I too once basked in daylight, believing kindness defined the limits of this world. But I was wrong. If they choose chaos, if humanity is riddled with corruption, then let judgment descend. I am the warden of the abyss and the tyrant of the endless night. Struggle. Scream. Within this prison, even the noblest stars must yield to the gravity of order. The stars have returned to their rightful places.
Telemetry data confirms the Havoc rocket formation has deviated from its flight path and is currently plummeting toward Claudia. All units, clear the area immediately and secure the wreckage.
Still a chance if I can freeze them!
Maintain some
welcome back to the Time to Rise Showmatch here. Pro Scrims with ZywOo, and take a look at the leaderboard, folks. We got some crazy stuff. One, we do see Spacestation Gaming at the top of the leaderboard for good reason. They do pick up the mana brick, but Alliance drop another 7-kill game. These guys are tearing up the map, Vivid. That's a +8 bonus on squad points. Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are just doing so well. Obviously, kind of silenced early on in this match when SSG were able to pick up the mana brick. So Alliance were kind of just denied access to Black Chamber entirely. I kind of was watching the games go down and was watching how the map was kind of flowing. It looked like FLC, man, they were outside up on the bridge and they were kind of just preventing a lot of those rotations from a lot of our teams making their way over towards Black Chamber, specifically Alliance, trying to, you know, come over from the left side of the map. They couldn't because of FLC, and then Team ZywOo tried to go ahead and jump up on the bridge, but then FLC kind of took them out as well. So SSG just a lot of that mana brick for what felt like for free. And now taking a look at the overall standings, we finally have two teams with a mana brick each. It's still going to be Alliance in first place because, again, they have just more squad points than SSG does, but SSG now find themselves in second place because, once again, they have that mana brick.
That's exactly right. We got Alliance at the top, Spacestation Gaming there in second, and ZywOo pretty solidly in third as well based on squad points. But yes, Vivid just broke it down. SSG technically ahead of ZywOo because they have the mana brick. That is how our leaderboard is ranked. And as we move into the next round, this is extremely important to remember. We can play up to 7 rounds in this competition. Our 7th game will be our last game no matter what. However, in map 5, if Alliance or Space Station Gaming pick up the mana brick, the tourney is over at that point. We will finish the map we are on, and that is the last map we are playing. So I saw some folks asking in the chat, wanted to clarify that. And so as we look at map 5, we know there's a mana brick on it, and we're going back to Space City. It's going to be a lot of the same that we just saw. Whoever gets this mana brick could either join the folks at the top with mana bricks already, or in the tournament if they already have one. The other thing worth mentioning, we're not talking too much about spawns today because this is a show match, but Alliance did have tier 1 spawns. They spawned at Westgate, Vivid, so Alliance won't have a priority spawn going into this map, which could dictate the way they start things off.
Actually, it's kind of funny you mentioned that. Alliance and SSG both got T1 spawns in game number 4 there. So going into game number 5, yeah, neither one of our teams that currently have a mana brick secured can actually get one of those priority spawns in terms of those T1 spawns. Let's take a look at the operator pools for all of our teams. A quick reminder for anybody kind of just tuning in. Over the course of the first 6 games, you can only use each one of the operators only 2 times. If we do make it to game number 7, this does kind of reset. So far, we're seeing some grayed out operators, which basically means that those specific teams cannot use those operators. It looks like Shepard's been kind of used up by a couple of our teams, Toxic as well. But I mean, you know, Tempest, only one of our teams. That's going to be that team Gotaga right there. Their Tempest is not going to be available for all of our other teams, man. Tempest still available, so would not be surprised if we do see a lot more Tempest this side. We did see in game number 4 where Tempest was kind of missing from a couple of our teams, which was potentially a little bit surprising. And lo and behold, Team SSG, who did bring in that initial Tempest, not only did they obviously, you know, claim that first mana break, but then they obviously ended up going ahead and decoding it successfully as well. Just kind of reiterating the fact that Tempest is very, very valuable in Space City.
Yeah, it's a good shout, and the fact that Team Gotaga does not have a Tempest is really important. Here's a quick look. Our teams are loading in. You start to see the gear discrepancies are changing pretty dramatically. Whew. You see Space Station Gaming. They already have a mana break, and they're full sending, as is Alliance. Both of those two teams are kitted to the 9s, full golds across the board, except for Grind, who's running some purple ammo. Otherwise, it's full gold all day, every day, and with that, that means they're going for the break, especially when they're dropping another Tempest into the mix. This is going to be a spicy one.
Looks like Team ZywOo is going to be having one of the best spawns for this specific mana break, as well as Faze. That being said, Faze could potentially be under heavy fire here from Team SSG. We've seen multiple times over towards that Westgate spawn. You do kind of get held up, and then Alliance and Team Gotaga also going to be having early access to the center of the map. Team SSG and FLC are going to be kind of kept out on the outskirts for a couple of minutes here before they're able to rotate in, just simply based on where they have spawned. But Alliance have actually made a direct dash up the center of the map. They're actually on the opposite side here to Team ZywOo, and ZywOo might be able to pick up an early shot here if they do give him the chance.
Yeah, this is a pretty important moment for both of these two teams, as they are taking a look at each other, and a lot of util being thrown in the direction to try to zone some people off. Yep, Alliance do pick up the mana brick. We're trying to see if maybe ZywOo was going to peek this and try to get a pick onto one of the members. He gets it! He gets it right when we go to look over the top of where Team Gotaga is. He lands the shot. Oh my goodness. We'll pull that one in the replays. ZywOo the GOAT. This guy does not miss. Ridiculous angle. They should be able to get that revive, no problem. And Alliance still do have the mana brick. So this is going to kind of be the nod to the rest of the teams. Hey, you need to pay attention here. Once this mana brick goes down, you know that two teams potentially could be the teams that are decoding this mana brick, and therefore have to be stopped if you want to keep playing this game and you want to go for the win. Alliance have started it, folks. Decoding has begun. And if you've watched any Delta Force esports ever in the past, you have seen this decoding station used at least 1,000 times here on Space City. It is the one we see most. It is in this alleyway, in the middle of the map, and it's going to make for a very fun engagement. A couple win cons for this position is holding ramp. I think you can see Alliance has elected to at least put grind out in the open to hold ramp. The other option is, of course, playing indoors, playing these sliding doors. But Vivid, now that our decoding steal timer, if you will, only takes a second to steal, playing from inside might not be quite as valuable to actually stop the steal, and instead, you may want to get a little bit more aggressive with the angles you're holding, especially when you have this much space.
A little bit worried here, though. Obviously, you know, we're only a minute into the decode with 3 minutes remaining, but as it currently stands, Team Gotaga and Team SSG are kind of at the bottom of this ramp. So I doubt either of these teams are going to be able to successfully make their way up the ramp. That essentially denies access from a team, which helps out Team Alliance tremendously. They don't obviously know how this is going to end up kind of panning out, but I would imagine that is going to be the case. And then the biggest question is, how is it going to kind of work out for all of our teams, by the way? And I'm actually taking a look at the map over here on my side. It looks like Team FLC, we can see them right in front of SSG. They're actually trying to, you know, find themselves in a similar position towards the bottom of this ramp, and an early shot right there almost finds the knock, but too easy. It's going to be forced to go ahead and retreat. So now we essentially have 3 teams kind of joining the mix. And take a look at this. Team Gotaga actually found the flank on the kill zone. That's going to be Team SSG, a member of the team that Too Easy is a part of. But right now he cannot help because FLC is knocking on the front door.
He's getting shot from multiple angles. SSG in deep trouble right now. Gotaga's team on the backside, FLC on the front, while Alliance is getting a mantle brick. Skies, Killzone, they're all dead. Spacestation Gaming are out of this lobby. One of the 2 biggest threats to end this competition in Map 5 are out. So now all eyes need to turn towards Alliance. And in the meantime, FLC is getting third-partied as well, as Faze have decided to roll up. They find Salawa on the backside. So we now see FLC down to a duo, having to back off with Salawa on yellow timer. Alliance still have 90 seconds left on this brick. If this brick is not contested by Faze or Gotaga or somebody, Alliance are winning this competition, winning our show match today, essentially for free because of the position that SSG found themselves in.
Yeah, Faze is trying to kind of make something happen, changing up the approach that they are going with right now. They're going to be running directly up the middle of the map. Taking a look at Team Gotaga, they're trying to make something happen towards the bottom of this ramp. Now that teams have kind of flushed out of that spawn, or to the left of them, where they initially were kind of holding, they have the opportunity to kind of run up the ramp. But Team ZywOo is fully trusting in the capabilities of all the other teams on the map to go ahead and stop this decode. So they're just going to go ahead and kind of let it all happen. Faze and Team Gotaga are both going to be on approach from different angles. Can they make something happen, or can Team Alliance defend 40 seconds?
This is going to be extremely tough to defend if both of these 2 teams peak at the same time. They can't coordinate, but they need to full send. The coordination is going to have to come at the behest of not only these smokes to hold some of these lines, but also the fact that the timer is going to dictate how fast they need to move. Team Gotaga, I think they're jumping the brick right now. It only takes a second. You got to jump it. You got to get onto it, but the guns come through. Alliance are able to stop the steal. Alliance still have control. 18 seconds Alliance could win it right here. They are getting kill after kill after kill, and Nox can't make the play. Finally, it's Faze. They get the steal, and we can breathe for a moment, but in the chaos, look at what Faze have been able to do. They've taken out 2 out of the 3 members of Alliance. What a momentum shift, and the timer's back to 3 minutes.
Back to 3 minutes, and only one team remains fully healthy, and that's going to be Team ZywOo again. They kind of fully trusted in the capabilities of all the other teams to go ahead and stop this raid bull on the Tempest. Is going to be popping the ult right there. He takes out Sudoka, who was actually on the ground waiting for the res right there, but he's actually going to be picked up by Mr. Diogod. But hopefully Raid Bull was able to pick up a lot of information right on that Tempest, so he can kind of see what's kind of going on in the area. He picked up the knock. They also could potentially have saw the other body that was on the ground, so the information might be coming in. That Faze is only 1 member right now. But what's going to be the difference maker right now? It's going to be Sirius finding the angle. That's going to be Lynx out. And that's going to be Alliance fully out as well. So somebody is going to be winning match number 5 here, outside of Alliance and outside of SSG. So we are guaranteed to go 1 more map after this.
We are playing at least 1 more map. Say what you want, but FaZe have saved the day. It doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard. They've done a fantastic job of saving the day, and they also wiped most of this Alliance squad. So with now Alliance fully wiped, FaZe is in trouble. And frankly, ZywOo's team's in the best position by far. FLC will be joining the party extremely late here in a moment after they've gotten their revives. But what a turn of events.
Very timid and a very methodical approach here from the team of ZywOo. As the decoding does get interrupted right there because the entirety of FaZe, who had control of it initially, got wiped out. So FaZe is gone. We're left with Team ZywOo, who have control of the mana break decoding station as it currently stands. We have Team Gotaga, who their 3rd member, by the way, is on top of the decoding station. So they're going to be a duo, I would imagine, for the rest of this game. And then Team FLC, like you mentioned, a very, very slow approach from these guys. So they were kind of forced to reset over towards the dormitory area of the map, have finally rejoined. But they're a full trio.
So many storylines that we'll look back on in the highlights. But it's down to 3 teams.
Oh my
God.
God.
A shot from ZywOo. A jump peek from Team Gotaga gets punished immediately by an AWM bullet to the face. Those Lapua ammo rounds hit like a truck, especially when they hit you in the head. And my goodness, ZywOo is holding the line, getting the cleanup as well. Team Gotaga down to a solo. And it's going to be relying on now FLC as a full team of 3 to make the move and make a play for this mana brick. Whoever gets this mana brick is going to leapfrog the competition and join the ranks of Alliance and SSG at the top of the leaderboard with that mana brick. It is our first way of delineating who's at the top of the leaderboard and who is not. Very important moment.
This is a great sightline for ZywOo on the all the way down the ramp. It'd be very, very hard for FLC to work their way all the way up without him noticing. I really want him to just kind of hold it, though. You can see he's kind of peeking in and out. He's kind of worried about his back, but that way your team's got your back, man. And a quick scope from ZywOo is going to be taking out Jex and also finds the full as well, which is going to be huge for the grand scheme of things because now FLC is going to be left as a duo. And like I mentioned, the sightline that ZywOo now has access to, looking down this ramp with an in hand, the GOAT himself, and only 1 minute before they're able to go ahead and secure their mana break. But could Maxa play spoiler? Unfortunately for him, on the Allure, he is going to have to open up this door, but he will have the opportunity to take out Sirius and potentially make things very, very weird for the side of Team ZywOo. 40 seconds left. He does go ahead and open the door. He does a lot of damage, but the covering shots were kind of there for the team of Team ZywOo. The Molotov comes out, and so does the Allure rocket. Is going to be able to find the knock. No, he does not. He actually goes ahead and opts to invest it over towards one of the strong point positions, and now ZywOo is starting to feel the pressure. On the other side of things, Team FLC, the duo, is running up the ramp, but shots from ZywOo through the smoke with the Luna scan coming in. Absolutely clean, but he knows the flush is coming in. That's going to be Jex finding one. That's going to be Soloa finding the other. Team FLC actually made this happen.
They found the res, and because they found the res, they had the player advantage. FLC have done it. They took down ZywOo's team and were able to steal the brick back. The only thing standing in their way of getting this mana brick is now a solo from Team Gotaga. Moxa is going to have to be a hero. I don't know if FLC win that engagement if they don't pick up that res, but because this solo from Team Gotaga, Moxa, was causing so much of a disturbance on the backside of ZywOo's team, they couldn't have all of their eyes on this FLC roster, and the early knock that they got, unfortunately, didn't yield them any results. What a wild map.
Moments from glory there for Team ZywOo. I think the timer was down to 7 seconds. But yeah, well-timed push from Team FLC. I can't believe they got the res amongst all of the chaos. I mean, there wasn't even really chaos, right? We were just kind of watching Mox on the flank. I thought that res that was in the middle of the ramp was a for sure goner, but apparently not. Great work from Team FLC. The stinger in hand just makes those reses very, very easy. And yeah, Maxa, I mean, tall task ahead. 1 minute to kind of pull off the 1v3. Feels impossible.
Yeah, impossible. All you're looking for is just some extra money. I mean, you're just looking for some extra technic, right? Just get one kill that's 800k. It's also an extra point. Anything you can get in this map is worth it. And as a solo, it's just a matter of time. The chances of Maxa doing anything here is next to 0, but never count out any of these pro players. Sometimes they can get a little crazy.
Without a doubt. All right, 35 seconds remaining on the decode here. Still 5 minutes left in the match itself. As that nade does land, and I mean, just the time that it's going to take to heal through this, it's going to be another like 10 seconds before he's able to go ahead and re-engage. So 20 seconds left until that mana break is secured. And I think, yeah, he's going to go ahead and actually Molotov the door, or, you know, excuse me, he's going to put some cover on the door, which is pretty much going to secure the mana brick for the side of FLC, as actually go ahead and opt to be aggressive with their Tempest ult right there, which sometimes can be pretty scary, especially going through doorways. As well, kind of know if you can't go back with your lines through any of those doorways, you will get stuck. And there it is. FLC have successfully decoded the mana brick. After it looked like Alliance, by the way, initially, we thought they were going to secure it for free. Team Faze kind of came in, saved the day. And we thought Team ZywOo had it for sure. But here we stand. Team FLC on top.
Wow. What a map. What a turn of events. What a sequence from these teams. Hey, at least the brick was contested this time, Vivid. That was fun to watch.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
I know. And looks like Max is just going to elect at this point to relent trying to play for these kills. Just wants to try to get out of the map, and we'll be able to save some of their loot value by doing that. So this is something we oftentimes talk about. This is still an extraction game. This is still kind of how it's played in pubs, where if you don't make it out of the map, die or otherwise, the game timer just ends, you lose all your gear. So the fact that Max is able to get out of the map using this extraction, there's only one seed in it anyway, so this is nice. He's able to take it away from FLC as well. So good little protection of loot there, but let's take a look back at some of the replays of what ZywOo was able to do on this map with the sniper. Good grief. Look, we know ZywOo and what he's able to accomplish in plenty of different titles, but even here in Delta Force, the sniper rifle that he's got in his hand is a deadly weapon. And Alliance almost sealed the deal. They started the decode, but it was this fight right here that actually changed the game, man. Like, at the beginning of the map, seeing SSG pinned like that it's crazy.
Yeah, trying to make something happen for Team Gotaga there. Couldn't eventually end up find it, and yeah, you can see Team Alliance trying to just full send to try to prevent Faze from picking it up, but ultimately they did come out on top in terms of being able to just decode it for a quick moment before they were able to actually fall. And oh my gosh, that shot was 10 times nastier than I thought it could have ever been. A quick scope on a jumping player, and then this one as well. How are all of these quick scopes from ZywOo? The guy's not holding angles. He's literally just quick scoping.
Oh my goodness, dude. What a fun. I mean, it truly was like a highlight-filled map because there were so many engagements here. But FLC coming in, again, we talk about this all the time, like coming in late to the party oftentimes can yield you some of the best results because there's so much chaos. You found Alliance who won the engagement for the most part. They held off the onslaught of teams. Faze was just barely able to sneak a player in through the smoke line and steal it away, so they had to reset the timer. But then Alliance only had one player left after all the chaos, and the rest of these teams just show up. I mean, ZywOo's team shows up and wipes them, and then FLC shows up even later and wipes them. So if other teams are playing for the brick, you can afford to be late. Sometimes the teams all look at each other, and it's like a game of chicken. And with everybody too late, somebody gets the brick for free. So it's the reason you oftentimes see this happen in Mana Brick rounds where a brick could go for free, is that everybody else is expecting everybody else to make the first move. And when somebody makes that first move, sometimes they're the team that actually gets eliminated first. So it is a crazy way that this kind of esports format works out. You have to play aggressive, because if you don't, you lose. But sometimes if you play too aggressive, you get eliminated. So definitely a cat and mouse game, and it's very fun to watch. But FLC, the big winners on this map, they get the mana break. They get crazy profits. Look at their totals. That'll go down if they don't extract, but still, just a great map for them.
Absolutely, and we kind of mentioned coming into Space City, or at least the Space City, sequence here of back-to-back-to-back Space Cities, was that it's very rare for us to ever see a team extract. And usually the extract kind of comes in after the competition is all done, right? Because that like final team is just kind of like celebrated and they extract and everything like that. But this Space City actually happened quick enough to where all the other teams are kind of eliminated, and FLC are going to be able to extract as a full team. So this is going to be great in terms of their economy kind of going into some of the following games, which, by the way, this was match number 5. We can only go 2 more games. Next one is, of course, going to be game number 6, which is guaranteed to be Space City. And all of our teams are still going to be restricted on their operators because of the operator pool and such. It'll get weird on game number 7, but FLC, there it is. Game number 5 is all theirs.
Perfect timing from FLC, and good news that the mana brick didn't get stolen a couple more times and those fights didn't drag on, because getting out of the map as well as getting the mana brick, they're going to jump way up this leaderboard. As a reminder, FLC was around mid-pack. They're a little bit lower than actually a mid-pack on our leaderboard before this last map. So they just picked up a mana brick. They'll be a top 3 team no matter what, but I think they win the tiebreaker now with that amount of value they got on the map from kills and loot value. Maybe even take down SSG, maybe even close down on Alliance, depending on how much they lost, folks. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, but one thing we certainly know is that ZywOo got a ton of kills. What does that mean? A brand new giveaway for you. Let's type into the chat, multi-kill. All right, multi-kill is your new keyword. Multi-kill for ZywOo's multi-kill that he picked up on the map. The was snapping. Multi-kill is what you're going to be typing in to enter into this next giveaway. We will wrap the giveaway when we come back from this break, folks. We got the math of the leaderboard. We got potentially the last map of the day, moving into map 6. 3 teams on match point. You're not going to want to miss this. Type in multi-kill into the chat to enter into our giveaway. We're giving away Delta tickets as well as our pass. So type that in and we'll tell you when to stop. Big shout out to all the team behind the scenes for making this all possible, and Delta Force for giving you all rewards. We'll take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, map 6 could be the last one.
My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. One where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ3 key detected.
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility. All of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling attention. All AZ3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire, most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandel bricks can yield the AKM assault rifle. Astromancy's game. Not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins, and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
Welcome back. Time to Rise Showmatch, folks. You can stop spamming the chat. We've already selected the winners. And speaking of winners, game's not over. Game 5, though, FLC dominated. That is a plus 16 in their squad points, plus the Mandel brick that they decoded. What a wild map for FLC Clan here, Vivid. That is a banger one.
Jeez, yeah, this is crazy. Obviously, Game 5 results, we knew exactly how this one was going to look. Team ZywOo picking up 4 kills as well, so kind of great to see them join the mix, as well as Faze Clan. For both of our teams going into that one specifically with a mana brick already captured, Team Alliance and Team Spacestation Gaming, of course. They're going to be, resulting with a little bit of a negative in terms of the total assets, but we also know that both of the teams have been doing great in the rest of the competition, so they're going to be healthy enough to continue on throughout, as we do only have potentially 2 more games remaining. Obviously, like I already said, game 5, we kind of knew how this one was going to look, but I'm interested to kind of see what it looks like in terms of the overall leaderboard, right? Like, how have FLC kind of mixed things up with 16 squad points and a mana break from game number 5. Let's go ahead and check it out. Alliance still in first place with 35 squad points, but hot on their heels is FLC, just 5 points behind.
Yeah, this is insane. Really, namely, I will really want everybody to look at the kill category of this leaderboard. This is one of the most disgusting performances in a great way that I've seen from a team like Team Alliance. Alliance has picked up 24 kills, a ridiculous total through our first 5, and impressive stuff. It's the reason they're at the top of the leaderboard. If the tournament were to end right now, we would look at the top 3 players, or top 3 teams rather, that have the mana bricks. We compare their squad points, and Alliance would win. Second now, FLC, leapfrogging well over SSG Spacestation Gaming, now at 30 points, only 5 behind of Alliance because of how big their last map was. With that all in mind, though, as we move into game 6, you could see a team like Team ZywOo, for instance, get this next mana brick and join that tiebreaker. You could see Team Gotaga and FaZe Clan potentially get this mana brick, join that tiebreaker, but it would come down to squad points. If Alliance, FLC Clan, or Spacestation Gaming get this next mana brick in game 6, we will not play game 7. They will be the winner of this incredible show match. So that's how it's all working out. And of course, we're going right back to Space City. This is how we end these tournaments. Space City, next map, no matter what. And if we do make it to game 7, the team in last place will either choose, hey, let's go back to Brackish, let's change it up, or let's stick Space City to wrap up this competition. So yes, this is Pro Scrims. It's also a show match, and ZywOo has been showing off for us today. So we've had a lot of giveaways for you all because of how well that team's been playing. They've got a ton of points right now, Vivid. If Team ZywOo was able to pick up a Mandel Brick, they potentially could be in the running to even win this competition on a tiebreaker, because they're only 3 points, I think, in total behind second place right now, barring the fact that they don't have a Mandel Brick.
Yeah, still possible for any of our teams to win. Let's take a look at that operator pool for a couple of our teams here. Tempest column is looking a little bit dry, as just FaZe and Alliance there have that Tempest available to them each. Also, Stinger column being pretty used up, and this is where things are going to get a little bit weird for a lot of these teams, because yeah, we're seeing obviously the most common team, Tempest, Stinger, and Luna being pretty much grayed out for those top 4 teams over there. So they're going to have to kind of switch up the approach, which, could make it a little bit less comfortable for these teams to kind of make something happen. I still want to see Team Alliance down there all the way out the bottom, bring out their Tempest, bring out their Stinger, and bring out their Luna, because it has obviously been proven time and time again that it feels like that is the best comp on this map, and they still have access to it. Remember, they're one of our teams with a mana brick already. So in my opinion, having the Tempest, very, very good for them. I think it's also going to be important as we're taking a look at the operator pool. Team Alliance have access to that tier 1 spawn again, as do SSG. Remember, kind of going into game number 5 there, neither one of those teams with a mana brick could have actually gotten one of those early spawns or one of those T1 spawns because they had gotten it in the previous game. But now that they didn't get one last game, they have access to those T1 spawns again. And actually, we have an interesting little idea here. Team Alliance, Team SSG, and Team FLC, all 3 of our teams with a current captured mana brick can actually spawn on that T1 spawn. It'll be cool to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, a great breakdown there, Vivid, and I think it's worth mentioning not only those spawns, and like you mentioned, also who has Tempest left. This is the last chance for that advantage. The teams that elected to save their Tempest for round 6 will have a big advantage in terms of trying to steal, as well as trying to get the brick off rip. We've seen a couple times how advantageous it can be, but even with that being the case, I mean, I feel like the main thing we've actually been seeing is that you have to have smoke operators. I mean, you brought it up when we were talking through the operators. I think those that do have Stinger left, that's a big one. Having support operators like that, it really changes the game on how you can play this map, because there's just wide open sight lines. So Let's see what the comps look like going into this next map, and also what the gear looks like. We know that ZywOo is coming in with full red everything. AWM and him, and a lot more snipes coming their way. There he is, bottom left of your screen. Everybody else, though, SSG starting to hurt a little bit for resources. Goes back to purple in terms of armor, still in the gold ammo. Alliance electing to go full purple across the board this time around. Want to make sure they protect some of their loot value. That gold ammo extremely expensive. Keep that in mind as we get into this matchup. But Team Gotaga sprinting for the brick, as well as Alliance, who get a T1 spawn, and SSG already crossed the bridge. Faze hot on their heels. Could get chaotic very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at ZywOo down there. He's going to be on the firing. It was a big question mark for me. He had been playing DWF pretty exclusively, swapped over to the Stinger. But now he's going to be kind of forced onto a different operator here, and he's opting for the Viren. Taking a look at Alliance, they did kind of pull out that comp that I was talking about. They have the Tempest, Luna, and the Stinger, so kind of no surprise there. For Team FLC, who are kind of running out of options in terms of the strong comps on a map like this. A Seneva is kind of what they're going to be opting for.
I mean, hey, a defensive play. I mean, Seneva's not a bad option to be able to hold a mantle brick decoding station, especially if you elect to try to go interior. Like, we don't have test range, but I don't hate the idea. Let's see how it pays off again. Faze, Alliance have those Tempests, so big moment for either of these two teams. But it's actually Team Gotaga who just off spawn immediately just stick the brick grab, and they're sprinting for their lives. A couple bullets maybe going their way, but really they kind of get it for free. They're just the first to the party. Team Gotaga has got something to cheer about right now. They've got the brick in hand, and now they can figure out where they want to plant it, and it's looking like he may be headed back to where we were at last time. If we swing over to the other side, I think Gotaga, Team Gotaga rather, with Gotaga, I'm sure cheering him on in his watch party right now. No, they're gonna maybe go inside. A bit surprising, honestly, Vivid, that they want to go interior, especially with their operator choices. What do you think about this play?
Yeah, I really like the black chamber decoding station. To be honest, I think it's like one of my favorites, honestly. But when it comes down to their operators, I mean, they do have the Allure, which obviously be very, very good. Just straight up Molotovs will give them so much deniability from a lot of these teams. Yeah. That being said, you know, kind of the way this has been panning out a lot of these games prior is that a lot of our teams haven't really had to defend at all, at least on the initial approach. So operators might not even have to come into play here. And Team FLC are once again kind of in this position up here on the bridge where it's like, hey guys, man, we kind of got to get into the mix here. But instead they're kind of playing these positions to just feel like, it feels like they're interested more in like denying rotations from a lot of our teams. And oh my gosh, taking a look at the kill feed top right, Havoc Machine Gunner. I'm not sure what team he's on, but kills all, and it looked like Skies as well, down to 50% HP, man. That was almost a big detrimental mistake there from the both of them. Killzall gets knocked, is able to go ahead and get res, but yeah, the repairs are gonna have to come in, so it's gonna hurt a little bit, but yeah, that's funny.
Listen, sometimes the NPCs got to get a little value on the map too. We've seen some shark kills in our day, all right? We've seen some crazy stuff on the map.
It's happened to me.
Yeah, that's right. That happens to you often. Now, listen, as we take a look at ZywOo's team, they rotate through Westgate. They started at the top of Dormitory. They've been taking it nice and slow. They want to play patient here. And again, this team has been playing kind of late to the party on purpose. They want to show up, play spoiler, and make a big move. But we have to pay attention to this timer. Folks, again, we're on map 6. The max we can play is 7 maps. And right now, Team Gotaga are in complete control of this decoding station. It does look like maybe SSG going to try to egress over and play from height, and then drop down on the decoding station here in a little while, which is immediately being read by Moxa. They've already interacted with each other here on main. But we're starting to run a little bit out of time right now, about 90 seconds or so before this mana brick goes to Team Gotaga. And Team Gotaga could go from the bottom of the leaderboard to near the top with the mana brick in tow.
SSG trying to make something happen from the CEO office. It's going to be very, very tough for them to push through Team Gotaga when they do have access to that Uluru. Especially when they're sending all of their utility out very, very on. As you can see, like Gizmo's trying to get active right here. They also have the Uluru on the other side of things, and they have the D-Wolf as well. But again, pretty much all of the utility here from the Gizmo from the side of Team Gotaga is going to be able to hold these guys off for probably the last remaining minute of this decoding station. And I mean, I'm trying to look around. I'm trying to get some information on who else is trying to go ahead and approach the black chamber itself. As yeah, Vlad almost gets called out with utility in hand, but take a look at this.
Underneath
Alliance.
That's why you run a Tempest. Runs in, Tempest ult up, steals it. It just resets the timer. Goes from 90 or 60 seconds even, all the way with a reset back to 3 minutes with an immediate re-steal from Team Gotaga. We go to a full 3 minutes on the clock. It goes down every 30 seconds. It's stolen back. But Alliance doing a great job to reset there because Team Gotaga was so interested in the fight with SSG up on the high ground.
A little bit more of what we are used to seeing as it kind of concerns the back and forth with the decoding station. So kind of great to see that it feels like we might potentially get a little bit of a normal match here. A quick reminder as we do go through things on the left side of your screen, all the way to the left of the UI that kind of shows the operators, those little orange squares kind of let us know which one of our teams have a mana brick already captured. So those 3 teams, if they capture it at the end of this game, they're going to go ahead and they're going to end this scrim session. They're going to end the competition because they're going to win. First to 2 mana bricks does win, but currently Team Gotaga has control of it. On the backside, though, Raid Bull is going to be picking up Alliance. That's going to be 2 knocks for the side of Team ZywOo. They're going to be in a 3v1 situation against one of the teams that are favorites to win.
Alliance in deep trouble. 2 down. The third on the run. The third is their Tempest. Could go for a couple steals here. But with Alliance with 2 members down, you can't expect them to really be able to play for the mana brick at all because ZywOo has played so much of a spoiler to them. We see a couple teams rotating around the outside as well. SSG indoors still fighting their way towards the decoding station, but it's actually going to be DioGod that's going to just stick this steal, grabs it. Again, there's only 2 teams with the Tempest, and it's Faze and Alliance who have both grabbed a quick steal to reset this timer. But with Team Gotaga in complete control, they're just going to reset it again. It's going to go to 2 minutes. It didn't save them that much time.
All right, only 1 more steal, and then we'll get down to that absolute minimum timer of 1 minute and 30 seconds. It cannot go below that 90-second mark. And we are pretty much already there. Team SSG have kind of worked their way all the way from the CEO office to just above this decoding station. But again, you mentioned it. They don't have access to the Tempest. It's not going to be easy for them to kind of just walk down and face tank all of this utility. And by the way, ZywOo in the feed picks up that 3rd member of Alliance. Easy's going to be out, and so is all of Alliance. We have 5 teams left remaining, only 2 of which could pick up their 2nd mana brick.
Here we go. Time is of the essence now. SSG get the steal here. They could win this whole competition now. Like you mentioned, with Alliance gone, only a couple teams that can do that. FLC, SSG. Only Faze has a Tempest on the map. Likely coming off of cooldown right now. Could see Faze go for another steal, but look at FLC coming on the backside of GOT. Reminder, timer does pause if GOT get full wiped. That is another way to pause this timer, is wipe the team that is currently decoding the mana brick. GOT swarm from all sides. FLC trying to find an angle on the backside, but of course we got to pay attention to SSG, who's going to try to make a move here. 20 seconds on the clock. ZywOo's team getting into the mix as well. Killzall trying to find any viewpoint through the smoke. It's launching point-blank rockets, and it's working. Finds Nox. There's another one prone. Killzall goes down. He gets full wipe. SSG's gone. It's utter chaos on the map, but GOT can win it right here. They can get the brick and save the day. They're going to win the map. They will not win this competition, but they wipe most of the map. And GOT, Team Gotaga, not only get a crazy amount of kills, but they get the mana brick. Folks, we are going to Game 7. Competition is not over. But this map in utter shambles as Team Gotaga plant the brick and they get the brick. What a sequence.
I don't even know what just happened. As the trades are still trying to find their way in here, Team Gotaga do go ahead and successfully wipe out Team FLC. And taking a look at the aftermath here, it's just going to be Team ZywOo and Team Gotaga left alive. It is going to be a 2v2 right now, but Team ZywOo, their third member, Sirius, is in a pretty bad spot in terms of having access, being able to be rezzed. I'm pretty sure they hear the audio, but hey, I mean, yeah, what a great hold from the side of Team Gotaga. They didn't even hold off a push. They held off like 4 teams simultaneously.
What a insane sequence. Everybody swarmed at the exact same time. And Team Gotaga just found kill after kill after kill, proned out in creddy corners, smokes up, just wiping everybody. And here's ZywOo on the backside. He's able to get a trade, but is standing in an incendiary, so he's going to fall as well. Gotaga, last team remaining. The incendiary goes huge, and we might have been questioning Team Gotaga's operator choices, but now they're asking us to put the boot back in our mouth and say, shut up, casters. We know exactly what we're doing. Incendiary does beyond enough work to wipe the entirety of this lobby, and Team Gotaga win the engagements. They win the brick. They kill everybody on the map, and they have time to extract. Wow.
Yeah, huge win there. For, you know, it's kind of funny. It's a huge win for Team Gotaga, but it's like a small victory for the side of Faze and Team ZywOo, as, you know, if any of the other teams kind of secured the mana brick, then the competition would have been over. So still a chance. I feel like the squad points have kind of been picked up, make it almost impossible in the grand scheme of things of the leaderboard. But yeah, you were kind of questioning the comp. So were we? No Tempest available. Just go ahead and walk down to the initial spawn of the mana brick, pick it up, and take it to the coding station, and kind of just hold it from there. And they had the perfect operators for it, man, right? So defensive with the Alluro, with the Gizmo. Obviously, we did see Team ZywOo get very, very active as well. And a couple of our teams did try to, you know, hold this thing down, prevent the initial seize of the mana brick. But when everything kind of ensued, man, it was Team Gotaga left standing.
What a clean play there from Maxa, too. The replay showed us. He went for a kill, got it, traded, went into the back of the closet, closed the door. They passed by him, and he's able to peek back out to get the win there. And then the incendiary just, I mean, does so much damage, not only on ZywOo, but also teammates as well. So GOT able to win the map on the back of well-placed utility and just, frankly, smart plays amidst the chaos. Everybody else had to pay attention to the decoding station. The one advantage that Team Gotaga had was that they were able to slow down a little bit and just play for the kills, because they knew they could always steal it right back should somebody grab a steal in the last couple seconds.
Also, 5 minutes left remaining on game number 6 here on Space City. So you mentioned it, they're obviously going to be able to go ahead and extract the chance to go ahead and pick up blue. I feel like probably all of our teams have amounted a sizable enough bank to not really have to call into question whether or not they're going to have to be kitted for any of the remaining games, as it currently stood like a couple of games ago. But we obviously only have one more game remaining. Game number 7. It's going to be either Team Faze or Team ZywOo that are going to be able to pick the map. I'm not necessarily sure who's in last place, but it's of course going to be a team without the mana brick. And they're going to have the opportunity to choose between Brackish and Space City. I feel like a lot of the times when the choice has kind of been allotted, we usually actually return to Space City, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do find ourselves on Space City for the last map.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that is an interesting quandary now that we're going into map 7. And again, I want to keep answering some folks in the chat questions that you're asking now quite a while ago, but just to fully talk about how this works. Again, it is 2 mana bricks to win no matter what. But if we do go to a tie, aka we go to round 7 and there's a bunch of people with mana bricks but nobody with 2, it does come down to squad points. So this loot actually does matter quite a lot. Team Gotaga are going to be able to loot all of these boxes. Also, by round 6, each dog tag they find, you can see them all in their safe boxes. Those are 150k each. Like, those are huge. And so you can find weapons, you can part weapons. Like, they're going to get so much value from this. You're going to see Team Gotaga jump up this leaderboard, and it's going to be very close on this tiebreaker. And it could very well come down to the tiebreaker of total points that these teams are able to earn. So pretty impressive stuff here to win this map and keep them in the runnings. And again, it's what we talk about, these style of competition and the way this format works. Doesn't matter if you're in last place. One banger map and everything could change. And that's exactly what just happened for Team Gotaga.
It'd be cool to see just exactly how many points they were able to kind of pick up from this game. Memory is not really serving me well. I wonder what the most amount of squad points we have seen in terms of a swing throughout the day has been. It was FLC last game, right? I don't remember exactly how many squad points they were able to pick up. I think it was like upwards of like 15 or something like that. Just kind of come down to how many total kills Team Gotaga were able to pick up amongst all the chaos. Pretty much impossible for us to count, by the way, because in that like 15 to 20 second span, I felt like there was a paragraph going off of the kill feed. Like it was just flying by. A lot of trades coming in. But yeah, as it currently stands, 1 minute remaining on the extract for Team Gotaga. Gets out with the spoils, get out with their mana brick. And we are going to be faced with that decision. Obviously, who's going to be in last place and who's going to be allotted the choice between Brackish and Space City. Oh, look at this. We can actually see right here, Maxa has 6 kills, and then Vlad has 3 bottom left.
Yeah,
they had 9.
So many points, man. I mean, they're picking up. If this number is perfectly right, which it changes a little bit, but with all of them getting out, it should be pretty correct. Let's just say it ends up being 16 million. That's 8 points there, 9 points in kills. That is a 17-point jump on the leaderboard for Team Gotaga, plus the fact that they have the mana brick. So they'll definitely be within reach of playing for some of these tiebreakers, especially because you're going to see some of the other teams go negative in points, right? Those points are based on total assets. So once you start bringing in really expensive gear and you start losing it, folks, that's it. Team Gotaga, fully extract. They get the mana brick. They get 9 kills. I know that Gotaga watch party is jumping up and down and screaming because, well earned, gentlemen. I know this is a scrim, but this is the beginning of something new. The Rise series is right around the corner. We're about to kick off the Pro League here with Delta Force Esports, and Team Gotaga is a part of that. And they had a little bit of a slow start, but they are cooking now after round 6. I have no idea where this leaderboard is going to land, but Vivid, I mean, walk me just generally back through that map in your mind and kind of the way it played. Was there any like key plays, key mistakes, or was it just utter chaos throughout the course of the map? Because it felt like chaos to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pretty much just chaos. I mean, Team Gotaga was pretty much in control from the get-go. We saw them kind of just run down into the bottom middle of Space City, pick up the mana brick, take it over to the decoding station. They never had to leave after that. And I mean, yeah, it got stolen a couple of times, but nothing too crazy because it was kind of just Tempest ults sending themselves in to go ahead and get the steal. And like we obviously saw, they were able to defend. So we're going to map 7.
Going to map 7, folks. No matter what, this is the last map of the day. Will it come down to the tiebreaker of our total points, or will it come down to a team decoding the second mana brick and therefore putting them at the top of the leaderboard? No matter what. Crazy format. Has been so much fun today, but of course we got to reward you still for being here. Let's get some love to Gotaga, who's watch partying this, and his team's competing in this, and they just had a banger. Your new keyword for a giveaway is Gotaga. You can figure out how to spell it if you're watching the broadcast, and definitely go check him out as well. Fantastic creator, and one of the reasons that his team's doing so well, giving them a lot of support right now. So shout out Gotaga. Type that into the chat. That'll be your keyword. We'll be done with this giveaway at the end, or probably during this break. Just pay attention to the chat, and we'll get our next 5 winners of the Delta tickets and 5 winners of the pass. We'll get you your premium passes as well. Make sure your whispers are open, folks. We're going to take a short break here in the booth. When we come back, last map of the day, no matter what.
Hello, Commander. Rumors state that in your youth you studied at prestigious universities overseas and traveled in pursuit of civilization. However, others have called you brutal, greedy, and said you...
All bullshit.
Commander, you sing with such fervor. Such a voice would win over any woman.
Details, details. Pay more attention. Civilization. Those scholars and philosophers only taught formulas, not survival. These so-called big shots, all refined and polite with their manners and decorum. But the moment they smell profit, oh, they'll show you what real civilization looks like.
Don't you think that the violence you believe in is incompatible with the opera that you love?
Bullshit. Violence is the oldest opera in the sun. He whose blade is sharpest, whose magazine runs deepest, is the one who sings the sweetest. You've got 10 seconds to open this door for me. You shouldn't have trusted me. I don't trust anyone.
Time waits for no one. I was once lost in the fires of war, surrounded by ruin and fracture. Only in hindsight did I realize everything reaches its destined end. Every moment that has passed is a relic worth keeping. They once believed themselves to be eternal stars in their own worlds. Burning without restraint, expanding without order. And that chaos, they called it freedom. But all of it was nothing more than flaws in the fabric of the universe. I too once basked in daylight, believing kindness defined the limits of this world. But I was wrong. If they choose chaos, if humanity is riddled with corruption, then let judgment descend. I am the warden of the abyss and the tyrant of the endless night. Struggle. Scream. Within this prison, even the noblest stars must yield to the gravity of order. The stars have returned to their rightful places.
Welcome back to Time to Rise Showmatch Pro Scrims with ZywOo. Team Gotaga go absolutely massive. 21 total points, 9 kills, almost 25 million assets gained from that map, and a mantle brick. My goodness. I don't know if it could have been a better map for them, Vivid. This puts them well within the running at the top of the leaderboard to potentially win this entire thing.
Yeah, what a swing. Holy cow. I was kind of talking about, oh man, I think the largest amount of squad points we have seen in a single game throughout the day has been like, what, like 15? 21 for sure has to be the record. 9 kills, 25 million assets, and of course the man right now with such a big swing. Said the same thing last game when we saw FLC kind of have their breakout performance. How exactly does this mix up the overall standings, right? You gotta imagine, you gotta be like second, third, something like that, maybe even potentially first. Here it is, it's gonna be the reveal right now. A tie. We are actually tied for first place in terms of squad points. Alliance are actually going to be in first place because the tiebreaker, when we're tied with Manobrick's squad points, it goes to kills after that. So Alliance, of course, having 24 kills, an incredible performance for them throughout the day. But the fact that this is actually so close is scary.
This is, yeah, I haven't seen a tie in squad points in a long time as well when teams have mana bricks. So the way this works as of current, now again, we're playing one more map, so this is going to change dramatically. But Team Gotaga just went from last to second place, tied for first essentially in a couple different tiebreakers. The way it currently works is it's Mandel bricks first. Of course, if any team gets 2 Mandel bricks, they win no matter what any other stat line says, okay? So going into map 7, if Alliance, Team Gotaga, FLC, Space Station, if any of these 4 teams pick up this next brick, they win this competition. However, if we have 5 teams with a mana brick, or if nobody gets a mana brick, which is possible, and this is what our end game leaderboard looks like, it'll go to squad points. And if squad points are tied, it goes to kills. So Alliance are still in a really good spot. They're still at the top of the leaderboard. And the last thing there's a question mark about as we go into the last map of the day is that we told you at the beginning of the day, Game 7, folks, that's dictated by the team in last. So FaZe Clan got to pick what this next map will be. It will either be Space City or it will be Brackish. We are going back to Space City. FaZe feels something in the water about Space City, and they want to try their hand at it again, Vivid. We're headed right back where we've been.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise. Like I mentioned, we kind of see this typically happen. By the way, take a look at that leaderboard. On the back foot, I've seen a 21-point swing there from Team Gotaga. The fact that FaZe Clan all the way in last place currently has 17 points means that it is pretty much possible for anybody to still win this competition without a doubt. I also saw Team ZywOo, of course, they are on 29 points right now. And the reason why I go ahead and mention those 2 teams specifically, because those are the only 2 teams without a brick. Of course, if any of the other 4 teams go ahead and pick up the second mana brick here in game number 7, then they're going to win, obviously, because it's just 2 bricks and then we are absolutely done. But if any of those bottom 2 teams, Team ZywOo or Team Faze, are able to pick up a mana brick of their own, they would then have to win in squad points or some of the tiebreakers after that. And like I mentioned, a 21-point swing that we just saw, definitely still possible from a position of 17 points.
Yeah, and you got to remember the reason that there's so much swing from, especially from the loot value standpoint, like this total assets you saw just gigantic from the side of Team Gotaga, is because they wiped the map. They knew they were the last team available. They checked every single box and they picked up, however, what are 5 teams of 3. So what is that? 15 dog tags that are 150k each. You all can do the math a little bit faster than I can, but that's a couple million just in tags, let alone their weapons and the kits that these players are bringing in, right? So when you can wipe a full map, get a mana brick, and also get out of the map, that's where the points dramatically swing across the board. So I don't know. I feel like everybody's just going to full send their kits going into the last map of the day, which means whoever wins this map, if there's enough time to also extract, there is a ton of loot value still on the map. Now, with the new Rise series rules changes, it is every 2 million loot value gives you a point. This leaderboard will look totally different with the old rules. So I'm actually quite liking the fact that we've changed the rules this way. It kind of gives an opportunity for all of these teams to still play for the win here. And kills are even that much more valuable, which is still putting Alliance at the top of our leaderboard.
All right, there it is. Anybody can still win. And also the very, very cool thing about this goes, we're going to game number 7, which means one thing and one thing only. The operator pool is absolutely reset. We kept talking about, oh, listen, we're playing a format where you can only use, you know, or the same operator twice throughout the day, but that was only through the first 6 games, because once you get to game number 7, you know, listen, we're very, very, you know, considerate here on the esports side of things. We're like, listen, okay, you just played through 6 games, right? You're probably going to be out of operators at this point now that we're going to a 7th game. So let's just go ahead, reset those operators. So everybody's going to be back on their comfort picks, which makes game number 7 so fun as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about metas, right? Sometimes we're able to see like different pick rates and stuff throughout the course of qualifiers. This is just a show match. This is just a scrim. But in general, what is the meta comp as we move into Space City? What are you expecting every single team to run going into this next map, or at least close to it?
I mean, I would have initially said for sure, like the Luna, the Stinger, the Tempest, for sure. But I think we've actually seen a couple of our teams when we're jumping into Space City, when they are essentially a team that doesn't have access to a tier 1 spawn, which I think is actually going to be Alliance, and I'm not necessarily sure of the other team. They've actually opted to go ahead and not bring in a Tempest, so potentially kind of thinking about that. But that being said, yeah, just kind of wouldn't be surprised if we see Tempest, Luna, and Stinger across the board, maybe with a couple of variations in there. And actually, we're going to be having that information right here in front of us. Yeah, it's a Tempest on every single one of our teams, almost a Luna on every single one of our teams. Only Team Gotaga is actually opting to not bring a Luna in favor of the Morris right there. And they're actually not taking a Stinger either. They're actually opting for the Toxic, as is Faze as well.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. You oftentimes see Toxic and Stinger kind of be exchanged out 1 for 1. Most teams will run each of them, but let's take a look at the priority spawns. It's actually ZywOo that gets a T1 spawn. He's at Westgate. FLC is going to be hot on their heels. Look at these shock arrows coming through. They need to be careful. So it's one of those moments on the map that we always have to check out because it does get a little mixy if you're not careful. They do a great job of working their way through Westgate and onto the map. It looks like Raid Bull. Is Raid Bull hanging back?
I think he fell in the water. I think he jumped off the gate.
Oh, no. I thought that was a strategic play. Raid Bull's swimming, baby.
Is going to kind of make his way over to the ladder that kind of brings him back up to the surface. So we'll have to find some incredible timing right now from the side of FLC. They're obviously going to have no idea that he is over there. But they're going to be,
crazy.
You know, actually opting to not rotate through Westgate. So Raid Bull should be fine as long as he takes his timing and his approach adequately. But again, you know, finding this information out is going to be extremely difficult. Team ZywOo does have that Luna, so hopefully they can kind of just send a Luna dart over the top and hopefully get the information that nobody is actually here.
Quick note, by the way, production pointed it out for us. ZywOo is in gold armor, by the way, so it's going to be a little less value on the map, but still expensive kit out there if you're able to wipe the full map. Little Brick is out. We'll see who gets it first. FLC in a bit of engagement here from distance, tossing quite a bit of util down. Oh, look at this Faze. Fighting SSG. Pick up Skies. Again, SSG just getting caught out in the open in these rotations. Faze beating them to the punch to get to the ramp first. And they get that kill. It's going to force SSG to play slow, but everybody else is playing for the brick, and Faze wants a piece of the action as well. Faze yet again wins another gunfight on Maxa. They're here in the party, and they're looking to continue to party with their Tempest ult pop. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they were able to grab the brick. It was Alliance, but in the meantime, ZywOo is sniping Alliance. It's chaos around the brick, and Alliance currently have it, but ZywOo is going to make them think twice about where they go from here.
By the way, that shot from ZywOo was like from the bottom of the ramp of Centrifuge all the way over to the bridge. So that one had some distance to it. I was like, wait a minute, ZywOo's like over by Westgate. How is he taking out one of the Alliance members? It was a very, very long shot. But that being said, because the shot was so far in distance, as you can see here, Lynx is going to be able to get rezzed pretty safely. As long as Grind on the Stinger is going to be able to make his way over there, he does indeed. So the res is going to start to come in, but so is the decode. A little bit of a rare one. I mean, me and Ghost have seen this once before, but taking the decode all the way over here towards the workshop where the backpack extract is, we don't see it too often, but we have seen it before. And it makes things a little bit weird because you got to imagine how many times have a lot of these players actually played against this decoding station. But by the way, just take a look at how far any team on the map is just straight up from this decoding station right now. A giant rotate has to come in from all of our teams to deny this win from Alliance.
What a pull. Alliance, yes, they get knocked by ZywOo from way off into the distance, but they're able to get the res, and they immediately throw the decode down. This is extremely reminiscent of what we saw, Vivid, on Brackish. They elect to go for a far away decoding station, and I believe this is actually the replacement decoding station that was originally at test range. They've moved it over here at test workshop near the extract, like you mentioned. And look at this, ZywOo on main, while we're taking a look at where all the teams are at, was able to clean up with the help of Raid Bull, clean up parts of this Faze roster. Faze in a bit of a blender with one player down, but Sirius down as well. It is a 2v2 here on this side. Of course, we'll swing over to the Mantle Brick should anybody go for it. This is going to be a much tougher rotation as ZywOo does pre-fire and actually gets quite a bit of damage down on an ulting Tempest. So they're going to back up into cover, but another one out in the open. Unfortunately, ZywOo's team is in trouble, both weak. Couple well-placed util, or maybe a big flank here from ZywOo, and ZywOo's team could be wiped here if they're not careful. They're running up the... This is a great play. They're running up the ramp. They're trying to get out of here. It's so tight.
running, man. Actually, Red Bull was crawling up, but they're going to be met with Team Gotaga, who hears all of the shots and takes full advantage of that. That's going to be Team ZywOo completely wiped off the map here in match number 7.
Oh, no. Team Gotaga, a perfect read after hearing the shots. They know that the only egress for a team to escape a fight that's out in the open like this is up the ramp, and they catch him in transition. A great hold, and now Faze are able to get the revive as well. But unfortunately, the GOAT himself is out of here. ZywOo is gone. And with that, the team is wiped. They're going to have to sit in the stands and watch the rest of this one out.
For all of our other teams, though, like I mentioned, have to refocus here. Only 1 minute, by the way, before this decoding station does go off for the side of Alliance, and that'll be an automatic win for them. The only team that's pretty much close enough to them is going to be SSG, who are up on the bridge. That's a great vantage point, but you got to imagine Alliance are going to be fully set up for this. Some of the other teams, Team Gotaga, Team Faze, they're trying to just go ahead and take this 3v3 off in the distance, and they're just trading back and forth. But take a look at Killzall. He's trying to get into the mix right now, but Too Easy actually denies the Tempest from stopping the decode right there. And as a result, Killzall jumps on the decoding station. He does get the decode in. He does get the steal, but after that, he gets knocked. Currently, as it stands, Killzall is knocked, but for the side of Alliance, Lynx is fully eliminated as it currently stands. So Grind on the Stinger is trying to make a play to go ahead and make this res happen. Hopefully, they are able to go ahead and pick him up, and they will return to a 3-man team.
In the meantime, Moxa still dealing with this Faze roster off screen. Not an important fight for us right now. We have to pay attention to this Mantle Brick, especially with Alliance in a bit of trouble. Again, there are 4 teams. 4 teams that could win the competition with 2 Mantle Bricks right here. Otherwise, it'll come down to points, and Faze is gone. Team Gotaga with a full wipe. They're going to be able to get their res as well. Team Gotaga have 6 kills right now. There's a ton of value for them, but again, a team could get the Mantle Brick here, and all that work that Team Gotaga is doing in the last 2 rounds of this competition may be all for naught. Easy's getting really aggressive to be able to try to make a play here. SSG in control.
Also cool to see SSG pick up their Tempest as well. There's going to be Killzall that was initially locked on the decoding station. They're trying to go ahead and sniff out Easy here. I think the kind of audio came in, so they tried to use the disarm right there. And they're definitely going to know that he is here after Easy went ahead and threw that disarm from that location. But because SSG are not kind of sitting up on top of the bridge itself, they actually don't really have any sight lines towards the decoding station itself. So as you can see, Alliance is actually flooding the top of the bridge because this is where they think SSG should be playing from. But they're running up to the top of the bridge and they don't see anybody up here.
Wild timing. But look who's coming to the party. Team Gotaga. Folks, it is now 100% certain, by the way, with ZywOo's team and Faze wiped off the map, that unless nobody gets the Mantle Brick, one team will be winning. There are no tiebreakers. Alliance with the steal. 3 minutes on the clock.
What?
Whichever team ends with this Mantle Brick will win this competition. All 4 of the remaining teams have one already.
By the way, FLC, amongst all of the chaos, snuck all the way around to the backpack extract. So they're actually behind the decoding station and currently one of the teams in the best positions. They're actually about to jump on the decoding station as all of these other 3 teams seem to find themselves stuck amongst the tunnels and the bridge. As we can see here, finally, their position is revealed to us. But they haven't necessarily made their move yet, right? They haven't gone up to the decoding station itself. Everybody left has access to a Tempest, so we're going to be seeing a lot of Tempest ults go off. By the way, our decoding station is kind of, getting down to some of those smaller amounts of times. But if the decoding doesn't come in with enough time left in the match, then nobody's going to go ahead and secure it. So something to kind of think about as well.
I mean, it's a very important note. There is technically a chance. FLC with first blood, though. They find Killzall. SSG in trouble now as a duo. No full has come through yet, though.
Tempest. Oh man, shots under the bus itself. Actually, there's going to be incredible shots. Now the Toxic ult does come in, trying to apply some pressure.
That's fine.
And it's going to be found right there. Vlad with some crazy shots hit. They're going to be finding the full as well. Now they have to go ahead and sniff out some of the remaining members of FLC. They find the second, trying to find the third, who's in the retreat right now. He rolls all the way out into the open, trying to make the cross across. But he ends up going down, but not before he does take out Vlad. So this is actually going to go ahead and delay the push from the side of Team Gotaga. And as a result of that, Killzall is going to be able to walk up to the decoding station and steal it. We're down to 2 minutes. The next time a steal comes in, we're going to be down to just 90 seconds for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, minimum 90 seconds on the clock. FLC did get wiped in that Gotaga fight. Team Gotaga are on a tear in the last 2 maps, but SSG in control. Some of our Tempest CDs are coming off right now. Should see another Tempest ult potentially as needed to go for a steal. Only a second that you're needed on that decoding station.
Team SSG.
Trying to get height.
Whew. They're in such a good spot right now. Alliance have to kind of push this bridge position, and SSG are the ones kind of fending them off. But there's only a minute remaining left on that decoding station, and Alliance actually opt to go ahead and drop down. But a great Luna arrow is actually going to give full information on what the play is for the side of Alliance. You got to imagine, though, with SSG and Alliance kind of getting into the mix, what are Teams Gotaga going to do? But oh my gosh, potentially a mistake from Vlad. I think he jumps on the decoding station before the smoke lands, or the smoke might have missed, and he was standing in the open. That's going to be their Tempest down. Or actually, no, Team Gotaga don't even send their Tempest.
Get it back.
Still get the steal. It wasn't their Tempest that they sent, but Team Gotaga was able to swing in and grab the steal after their first went down. So now we have 70 seconds on the clock and counting. There's a Tempest coming through for SSG. They will not have that on cooldown. It'll be the last couple seconds, potentially, that they could use that against. They're going to have to rely on just raw gunpowder here. And with Killzall having to self-res in the meantime, Alliance are back to full power and could be making a play down here. And they're actually able to get Killzall fold. Killzall's on yellow timer. SSG's in trouble, even though 2Easy's in a good spot up on height. But look at Grind. Grind's creeping. Grind's creeping.
Great opportunity here, but you gotta imagine. Oh my gosh, he just clicks. He just shot on accident, but the opposing opposition does not actually hear the shot. Grind is gonna be pretty much playing distraction here. The Luna arrow tries to come out, tries to find the information, but gets stuck on the zip line right there. SSG 2Easy is trying to make something happen, but Grind is just playing the retreat game. But take a look at this. Still, the decoding station is being decoded by Team Gotaga, and there's only 20 seconds remaining. And with a bunch of trades happening, are they gonna win it? Is it just gonna be Team Gotaga?
Gotta look at Team Gotaga. 10 seconds. Here they are. They're holding the line. Lynx is gonna try to get the steal. He gets arrowed. Max is holding the line. He barrel stuffs him. Alliance can't get there in time. Team Gotaga are able to do it. They have won the competition in the last 2 maps. I am out of my chair. They were able to hold the line. They go back to back and get the second brick. Are you kidding me? It was millisecond differences from Alliance being able to get there. I think that shock arrow, the arrow from the Luna, saved the day. What on earth, Vivid? I was not expecting this.
There's an incredible exchange of events right there. They played it so well, having full control over the decoding station. Of course, towards the end of things here, they're just trying to go ahead and take a little bit of a victory lap and prove exactly that they can also win the gunfights outside of the competition itself. Jumping back and forth against Easy, who has been an absolute fragger throughout the day, but he's going to be getting shut down by Nock, who was trying to go ahead and pre-fire one of the last 2 remaining members of SSG, but it doesn't matter, guys. 2 Mandel bricks have been secured by Team Gotaga, and you kind of mentioned it last game. In game number 6, the clutch Mandel bricks secure there. Probably had the watch party jumping up and down. What about a win? What about the second Mandel brick? Now we got to be flying around.
Holy cow. A fun couple fights here to wrap up this lobby. SSG in full power yet again. They want to end the lobby as the last team standing, and they will. SSG will be the last team standing and therefore likely pick up a ton of loot. And if it would matter, if we were not just doing scrims in a fun show match, this loot would matter to potentially be able to make a play for second place overall. When it comes to the Rise series, there's so many things on the table for these teams, and being able to take a second place, for instance, in a matchup would be a huge win for them. But at the same time, in a show match like this and in scrims like this, it's all Team Gotaga all day. They did exactly what they need to do. They found 10 kills.
Shoo.
And were able to get the second mantle brick and therefore have won this competition. What a wild finish for a Team Gotaga. There's so much we could talk about. Congratulations to Gotaga, who's watch partying this, and just in general, this full roster. The amount of resilience it takes to be in last place and then grab both bricks in rounds 6 and 7 to then win the entire competition. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Like you mentioned, SSG still just trying to go ahead and pick up some loot here, send one of their members out through the backpack extract, but pretty much just fighting for second place if it's possible. Trying to kind of make something happen here, as they do go ahead and opt to send too easy out. And I can't lie, it looked so good for SSG for a large majority of that as well, right? Killzall was playing around the Tempest ults very, very well, but you know, ultimately just Team Gotaga amongst all of the chaos, man, they found themselves in control of the decoding station and just let Team SSG and Team Alliance up on the bridge just go head to head. And we're like, hey guys, have fun, man. You guys can keep fighting all you want. There's about 20-30 seconds left before we just win. And sure enough, as those seconds started to dwindle, they just had to defend for a little bit longer, and they did just that.
And again, even with only 1 second needed to be able to steal a mantle brick from a decoding station, it doesn't mean it's instant. A full second of holding down the button so that you get the steal. That's how it works. And it was just enough time. Team Gotaga knew that all they had to do was stand on it, because the team was going to have to grab the brick. And as long as one player from Team Gotaga was still alive and it didn't get paused, they had it.
Yeah, that's the risky thing as well, right? If you get eliminated there for Team Gotaga, then you don't get it, even though there's 1 second remaining.
I think SSG going to show us that, well, these sharks aren't going to get the better of them as we wrap up this map. A fun little end to what was a very entertaining scrims and show match. Big shout out to ZywOo and his full roster for hanging out with some pros and having a ton of fun. We had some highlight level clips from all of our players, but especially ZywOo, who we know is an insane esports player in general, but to tap into the pro scene of Delta Force with brand new Rise series here and scrim against some of the best in the game and be able to put on a show like he did was really fun to watch. But also a big shout out to all of our pro teams for kind of rolling with, you know, this is scrims, these are pro scrims, but then ZywOo's on the map with full reds and an off rip. Like, so much fun, so much at stake in just a fun scrim that we were able to put on. And at the end of the day, chat was able to be rewarded by it. So what a day, Vivid. That was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some, I mean, I don't know if I've really ever seen somebody so consistent on the quick scoops in a game like Delta Force. I mean, it was seriously crazy. Like, we would see him get a kill, and then we would watch the replay and be like, whoa. ZywOo the GOAT, man. Over the past couple of days, he has shown us why he is kind of considered that. But yeah, awesome. Like you mentioned, shout out to all the pros for kind of giving us a quick little sneak peek into how we can kind of expect the competitive scene, the competitive season, for, you know, how that's going to go when we come down to the nitty gritty. That's just popping off in just over a week, by the way, so make sure you guys kind of tune back into that. But of course, match number 7, what way to do it better? The initial control over the mana brick, it was all Alliance, and I'm not going to lie, I was getting ready to say, hey, it's coming to full circle, right? The team that picked up the first mana brick on the day is just going to close things out as well. They ended up getting stopped, and so did Team ZywOo by a couple of teams kind of combining forces, and a little bit of a pinch over there. And this is what I was talking about, right? SSG kind of getting into the mix with Killzall, kind of diving onto the decoding station. thought it was going to be in favor of them as well. We know how it panned out.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I thought Alliance did a really good job of trying to change up the fights here on Space City. But sometimes you can say the team that wins are like, man, they got there at the right time. Team Gotaga earned this, man. I mean, look how many teams they wipe 3 full teams before they even address the brick. They then get to the brick and face some opposition once they're there. But it's SSG and Alliance who have been battling back and forth over and over again that allow Team Gotaga to get here in time to even be able to make a play for the brick. And then they just did an incredible job of preventing people from stealing this brick over and over again. Every push, every tin pistol, anything that they could throw at this Mantle Brick decoding station. GOT was there, Team Gotaga was there, and they barrel stuffed them when they needed half a second longer to get the steal. Crazy finish. And then of course eventually SSG do answer back and say, don't forget us as we get deeper into the Pro Series. This is just the first scrim. We're gonna win the map. Just to throw a little bit of insult on top of it, but Team Gotaga are your champions. They have won our scrims today. They have won this Time to Rise show match, and I couldn't be prouder of the gentlemen, man. What a way to be able to clutch up with that much resilience. They were in last going into map 6. Like, wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's just awesome to kind of see, again, the format in that sense. You can really just win it all the way until the very, very end. And shout out to Team Gotaga for kind of proving that, yeah, you can do just that. A wild number of things kind of had to happen there on Space City for the things to kind of pan out the way that it did, but a well-deserved win indeed there for Team Gotaga, and honestly, a well-deserved kind of showcase of everybody's individual skill. I mean, this was very, very close. The fact that we made it all the way to game number 7 just kind of speaks to how close these teams are going to be in terms of, you know, how good they are, in terms of how skillful they are, and how close the competition over the course of the season is going to be.
That's exactly right, man. This is just the beginning of something extremely special with our Rise series. Like you mentioned, this is one of a couple scrims that are going to be happening over the next couple weeks as we prepare for the Rise series that's kicking off late next week. It's going to be a lot of fun to witness that. You and I will be casting some of that. Let's take a look at the final scores, though. We know who our champions are. It is Team Gotaga all day, but let's see how close they were. Of course, in Game 7, Team Gotaga do pick up the most points at 13 total. SSG do pick up Spacestation Gaming 7 points at the end of that one as one of the only teams that, or the only team that extracted anybody out of the map, plus the 4 kills that they were able to get. But 10 kills from Team Gotaga in the last map and the Mantle Brick does show you how much work they had to do to win this last map.
Crazy stuff there. I mean, just kind of taking a look through everybody's kills throughout that match. Like, everybody who was really getting involved trying to make something happen there as well. But yeah, I mean, just a tough break for Alliance. They had so much control over the Mantle Brick towards the end there, only picking up 2 kills and 2 squad points as a result of that as well. We do know that they were in first place kind of leading into that, so you were kind of calling Space Station Gaming out for kind of contending for second place. But we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the overall. We of course know who went ahead and won it. Team Gotaga with 2 Mantle Bricks all the way towards the top. They even picked themselves up 47 total squad points over the course of the day. And I mean, you gotta imagine, what was that, probably like 40 or like 35 of that just over the last couple of games there towards the end. But in second place, Team Alliance. I feel like that is well deserved. They've been towards the top throughout the entirety of the day. They have constantly been getting themselves involved in every single one of the Mantle Brick, all of the decoding stations. And listen, they were the team with the first Mantle Brick. Unfortunately, they weren't able to go ahead and close it out in terms of picking up the second Mantle Brick. I feel like second, they got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Dude, I mean, look, Alliance were our front runners all day today, right? They set the tone, they set the pace, they were flying through this map, they were getting so many kills. The fact that we're even able to see Team Gotaga at the top of the leaderboard, not only in Mantle Bricks, but they also win the squad points tiebreaker if there was one. They also win the kills tiebreaker if there was one, and they have the most asset points at the end of the day. I mean, this is utter domination from a team that really came alive in the last 2 maps. That's how valuable the last 2 maps were for them and how much they earned it, right? Oftentimes, we can say people earned it by getting steals and being at the right place at the right time, but they literally dominated the last 2 maps. It like wasn't even close. Crazy stuff, man. They came alive, and you love to see it from the gentleman. It's a great chance for these 3 guys to really showcase what they're capable of. and it's the reason they were picked up by Gotaga and the reason that they're in the Rise series here in a couple of weeks. So very fun stuff there from them and Alliance and everybody. Listen, regardless of where people lined up on the leaderboard, folks, this was scrims, and it was scrims with some crazy rules. We had ZywOo walking around with full reds and an ARM on map 1, and everybody else was shooting blue ammo. Like, we were having a lot of fun today. So even teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, big shout out to the Faze guys. They're the reason this didn't end in 4. Can we just remember that? Like, this entire competition changes if Faze doesn't go for it and get a couple nice clutch steals. So overall, I want to congratulate all of our teams that were able to make it into the Rise series, as well as, again, thanks so much ZywOo and his whole team, Raid Bull, all the guys, Cyclops, their coach, like everybody with ZywOo. Thanks for joining us today. Really showcased why ZywOo is such of a GOAT in many different titles, but even in Delta Force, good grief, some of those snapshots he was taking, quick snipes he was making was unreal with the ARM. So fun to watch front to back, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gets me more excited because obviously this is one of the early scrim sessions when it comes down to the competitive season side of things. So these teams are just going to continue to get better on this specific patch. And obviously with all the recent signings coming out, I'm sure some of these teams were also recently formed as well. So like I mentioned, these teams are just going to continue to get better through scrim sessions like this one indeed, before the actual competition starts to kick off. So very, very excited to see how some of these teams start to progress and how much better they can kind of get, you know, not only amongst themselves, but just up against one another. And if we can kind of see more of these types of things go to Game 7, because it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. Now, I am getting word that I think we are getting an interview with one of the players from Team Gotaga ready. We'll keep you updated on that as we're getting them here into the booth if we can. We'll see if they're available. Would love to interview the guys and see what they were thinking after a crazy map too. The last 2 maps, I think they've got a lot of emotion right now. Would love to hear from them. While we get that set up though, I do want to give you all a reward for being here till the end. Folks, it's been a long one. We went literally as long as we possibly could go. So it's time for another giveaway. Can we just get some W's in the chat? For you to enter into this giveaway, all you have to do is type some W's in the chat. What a fantastic time to Rise Showmatch. Let's show some W's and some love for the Delta Force team for putting this all together and bringing ZywOo into the mix. Let's get some W's for both Delta Force and ZywOo and Team Gotaga and everybody that competed today. W's in the chat, that'll enter. All you have to do is type W. Spamming it doesn't help you, but type it into the chat and we'll get you entered into that giveaway, and we'll pull a couple more winners. It's through Whispers on the official Twitch channels, by the way, so keep your eyes out for that. We'll get you entered, we'll get your UIDs from you, and then we'll be able to send those rewards over. That's how it works, nice and simple. Get your W's going, we'll tell you when to stop. Vivid, while we've got just a second longer, it's sounding like our interview's almost ready. Talk to me. Any big highlights? What were your favorite parts of today's competition? We've been live for like 4 or 5 hours at this point. We saw 7 maps, Space City 4 times in a row. What'd you think? Anything pop out to you as like one of your favorite moments?
I mean, definitely the easiest answer, of course, is going to be just the absolute pop off of the arms, kind of hitting shots that were just absolutely crazy. I'm trying to think about like specific plays. I mean, it was kind of cool to see on Brackish when we were kind of fighting over there by the tower. We did see some kind of cool plays with some of our teams kind of waiting on the initial approach. That was actually going to be you know, that first mana break that we saw kind of picked up from the side of Alliance. Some stuff that was not cool. Wanted to see some of the fights start to kick off towards some of those mana breaks just a little bit more. Like game number 7, game number 6, that's kind of what I was expecting for a lot of the mana breaks. But over the course of this first couple of breaks, we did kind of mention they went a little bit too free for my liking. So I was kind of mentioning, hey, listen, this is one of their first scrims of the season before we jump into the competitive setting side of things. I want to see more action towards the mana break decoding stations specifically.
Yeah, no more free bricks, right? That's what Vivid's saying. We'll start a hashtag on socials, all right? No more free bricks. That's what Vivid's favorite saying is at this point. Now, I am getting word, I think our friend Vlad from Team Gotaga has joined us. Let's bring him in. Vlad, dude, first of all, congratulations. We've got people spamming W's in the chat right now for you guys and for this whole competition. Vlad, how does it feel to win one of the first scrims on main stage, even though the rules were a little bit all over the place? You got ZywOo walking around with the reds. Well, what's going through your mind?
I mean, it's like a bit different, as you know, like it's not the same rules. We can't use the AWP or the Barrett, but it was something else as the scrims. But it was really funny to play against the team. Everyone tried. At the beginning, we were like, maybe player will be like, play chill to not reveal their strat or anything. But at the end, everyone played the game, so it was really cool. And for sure, like when you heard the AWP, especially the first game, like, in admin underground, it was like completely a mess. We went and we saw like a guy from Alliance running away, and we were like, okay, he's running away from the AWP for sure. It was a Terminator. Guys, it's not fair. Like, he's full red. Like, how can we kill him? Like, full red, gold ammo. Like, holy shit. It was so hard at the beginning. Everyone was running away from him.
I love it.
Yeah, great to hear that you guys kind of shared the sentiment that it was definitely scary, because I was imagining that's exactly how it felt. You kind of mentioned, yeah, listen, the rule set kind of wasn't the same as you guys are kind of used to, but do you feel like you still kind of were able to take away some value in terms of, building up some team chemistry and learning a couple of things from a little session like this?
Yeah, obviously, like for me, it was more training for us, like to team fight, to train our team fight, because for sure, like people will not reveal their threat, as I said just before. So we knew it would be more like, kind of high rank matchmaking, But at the end, when the Mundle was there in Space City, one triad, and it was like, seems like, a real scream. But without, the AWP, it changed a lot of stuff, especially in Brackesh, and in prison, because no one was playing the quest, So without a really important objective, it was more stacked. But at the end, on Space City, it was as Scream, and it was really useful to play tonight.
That's awesome to hear, man. We loved having you. Only a couple more questions for you. Mine is, what was different in the last 2 rounds of Space City? Is there one key thing that made you all so much better? The last 2 maps were unbelievable. What went right?
I don't know. It was because we get trapped one time, It depends where you spawn, especially in Space City. It's really hard, when you have to cross Westgate, you get a lot of stuff. Employees the same with the bridge, You are playing God to not get killed because everyone is shooting at you and everyone is trapping. It's really hard and complicated, Space City, if you don't have a good timing or, Teams is not there that you are used to it. It's really hard. But we played our game, the 2 last games. We got the Mundle. We said, like, let's play, like, with balls a bit more without waiting, the Tempest ult, like, other team to take the Mundle first and try to defend it instead of retake it. And for the last game, it was like a bit of timing, because a lot of teams just retake the Mundle, so it let us time to, to kill everyone from behind and retake it and play good after it to take our position.
Yeah. Wow. Nice. Obviously, the last 2 games going very, very well for you guys. What's kind of like the comms sounded like going into the game? Obviously, you guys didn't have a brick secured. You're kind of up against a couple of teams that do. So how do you guys kind of mentally reset going into like game number 6? Hey, listen, we don't have any mana bricks currently, in our favor. What's kind of like the conversation there? Are you guys feeling down? You're just kind of full mentally resetting?
No, we know, like, after, when you played this game, especially in esport mode, that your time will come. If you are a good team, your time will come, because sometimes games you don't have good timing. You get third party, good stuff. But if you are a good team, you will put a Mundle brick. Like, you have 6 games, and the 2 first was really hard for us. We get trapped with no kills, not much money, but on prison we get a lot of money. And after this game, we said, okay, it's possible to be top 1. Because we'll have money to buy, because the stuff is pretty expensive, M7 and all of this gold ammo as well.
Yeah, well, listen, man, I love the breakdowns. I love to get a peek in your brain. Congratulations again. Guys. You've got a lot of people watching you. You got Gotaga's been watch partying this entire event. Anything you want to say to fans of Gotaga, fans of you all now after your win? And of course, you can speak in native languages as well.
Okay. Les gars, comme on vous a montré, quand on veut jouer, voilà, on met double Mundle. Maintenant, on va essayer de prouver en Pro League, ça sera quand même plus stack. Et merci du support, en vrai, on est super bien accueillis, etc. Donc on va essayer de vous rendre fiers et voilà, vive la G-Corp. Hein.
Beautiful.
I'm done.
That's Vlad. That is Team Gotaga. They just won our first scrims here on main stage, all featuring ZywOo. Congratulations, Vlad.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your job. It was amazing to see the cast as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Bye-bye.
it. What a great interview, Vivid.
Yeah.
That dude was a wealth of knowledge. Big shout out to Vlad and the whole Team Gotaga for the win, but also a fantastic interview. What'd you think about that?
Oh, I love the confidence. Well, it's like, how do you like mentally reset going into game number 6 when you're pretty much like nowhere near the top of the leaderboard? He's like, oh, I mean, we're just a good team. Like our time will come. We're feeling confident. Like obviously we're going to pick up a mana break. We had 6 games to kind of go ahead and pick one up. So love the confidence from him, man. And like you mentioned, a lot of knowledge. And yeah, some of these Delta Force pros, man, it really does show that they're always like so confident and so kind.
Yeah, totally agree, man. Well, Vivid, you crushed it, dude. Any final thoughts from you? We've got more competitions coming up later this week. Next week, we got the Rise series coming, Pro League right around the corner. Any final words?
Listen, at the end of the day, I'm just excited to keep the ball rolling, and I'm sure all of our players are as well. Hope these guys kind of keep up with the scrims and just get better and better, and I'm very, very excited to kind of watch and see how it all goes down. Super excited for it.
Appreciate it. That's Vivid. Absolutely crushed it today, as per the usual. A wealth of knowledge here on the cast as well. Folks at home, you've been spamming W's and I didn't tell you to stop. I'm sure our moderators have told you to stop. I've got one more giveaway for you as we end today's show. What a fantastic performance today from all of our competitors. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So much more coming with the Rise series and more show matches, more scrims. There's a lot more going on. If you want to watch more of these scrims before our Pro League starts with Rise series, Gotaga, go check him out. His team just won this competition. He's doing another watch party tomorrow. It'll only be live on his channel. He'll be watch partying everything. You'll see all of that go down from his perspective. Be a great watch party to check out. So go check out Gotaga. It's starting at the same time as today. For those in the US, it's going to be 8 a.m. Pacific time is when we're kicking things off. So to wrap up the day, this will be the last chance we'll see of ZywOo on stream. Tomorrow will be all pro teams. So let's get one more big GOAT in the chat. GOAT. That is your last giveaway name or number, whatever you want to say, keyword that you need to type into the chat. Type in GOAT one more time. Give ZywOo some love for joining us with some pro scrims. Did fantastic given the circumstances in general, and overall a fantastic day of competition. You'll type that up until the show ends. We'll get those winners notified via those whispers if you're on the official Twitch channels. And again, congratulations to all of our winners thus far of all of those Delta tickets as well as the passes. Big shout out to Delta Force for making this all possible and the whole team from behind the scenes, folks. We got a watch party happening with Gotaga tomorrow. We got more competitions coming up as well, so make sure you drop a follow on all socials. But folks, that is all from me. Thanks for tuning in. And as a reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. See you in another Delta Force broadcast.
Of our teams, and like we mentioned, man, the kills are just going to be worth more in the grand scheme of things. But look at this, a lot of
fighting here, but Faze is just going to barrel stuff their opponents and clean them up quite easily. Faze just getting mixy with the Viren, dashing around the corners, dodging every angle, and almost.
Yeah, I feel like they have all the information they need. Yep, the nade's going to come in. That's going to pick up two. It's just going to be ZywOo
left to get out of this map, though, which could be a massive boon for SSG.
The extract does kind of go off. Solo is going to be on the extract. Can he get the knock for the final kill?
Huge.
He does get it.
So with one member of Faze down, do they still try to plant it here? Oh, easy with some perfect shots over the top. Faze in deep trouble, and the third goes down.
Gonna put down some of the utility right there. I saw the Raptor also come over the top. He's gonna be jumping on him, but Kobe's gonna be.
It's happening all over the place. But Alliance, they've got the mana break. They're feeling extremely confident.
Oh no!
Oh,
the stun through the wall. The stun to the wall. Team Gotaga here. SSG Skies is gonna be laying down right there. He's gonna find the drop shot, but too easy. Is gonna quickly trade
missions at the same time as fight their opponents. Oh no, ZywOo! It's in the way. There's smokes in the way. It's chaos, baby.
We're there, and they're actually going to be finding that full kill as well. Elsnow's trying to go ahead and back up, but the drop shot does come in, but the angle is not fully found for Lynx. And take a look at this, a giant. And Sudoku's going to have the head glitch, but all the Uto can land very, very easy from the side of easy.
Hate, but here comes the fight on main. FLC versus Alliance, and Alliance.
Oh, that kind of gets an opportunity to happen. Easy.
Oh no.
He's gonna be able to pick up two. No, three. Prevent this push from Easy. Revolt of his own, some mollies of his own. He's gonna find the angle right there. Toxical is gonna find its way on to knock. Wait for it to go ahead and tick a couple of times.
Over, folks. ZywOo is here. Yes, a duo, but Faze cut down to it.
All right, here comes the double swing from Sirius and ZywOo to go ahead and pick up the kill.
Fascinating move, Team Gotaga. I think they're jumping the brick right now. It only takes a second. You got to jump it. You got 18 seconds. Alliance could win it right here. They are getting kill after kill after kill.
Uh-oh.
But it's down to 3 teams.
Oh my
what
gosh.
a shot from...
In and out. He's kind of worried about his back, but that way your team's got your back, man, and a quick. The pressure on the other side of things, Team FLC, the duo is running up the ramp, but FLC actually made this happen.
They found the res, and because they found the res,
And there it is. FLC have successfully decoded the mana brick.
It's the decoding station, but it's actually going to be Gotaga that's going to just stick this steel, grabs it, finds Nox. There's another one prone. Killzone goes down. He gets full white. SSG's gone. It's utter chaos on the map, but Geo. Treddy corners, smokes up. Just wiping everybody. And here's ZywOo on the backside. Is able to get it. That could win the competition with 2 mana bricks right here. Otherwise, it'll come down to points, and Faze is gone.
They're going to be finding the full as well. Now, they have to go ahead and sniff out some of the remaining members of FLC. They find it. Got to imagine, though, with SSG and Alliance kind of getting into the mix, what are teams...
The angle. Kids, here they are. They're holding the line. Lynx is going to try to get the steal.
No.
He gets arrowed. Mighty Barrel stuffs him. Alliance can't get there in time. Team Gotaga are able to do it. They have won the competition in the last 2 maps. I am out of my...